Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hi, Tom.
Hello there, Terry. Good morning, and good morning to everybody in chat. Special hello to Abhishek. Hello, Abhishek there. And thank you, Trevor, for helping us out. Good morning. Trevor is here with us in the backstage, and good morning to Magnus and Aaron and everybody else who's here with us from MyFundedTV. What a great start of the day, because we had CPI. Terry, what do you think? How was your morning so far?
Ooh, it is wild. I'm like, which way is the market going to go?
Right?
Yeah. How was your morning?
The London session was amazingly good, to be honest. I mean, I think I had my best trade, like not profit-wise, but like the trade itself as it played out. The best trade in the last 2 or 3 weeks. It was a beautiful short. I can't wait to talk about it, but it was really great. And yeah, so it was good. The zones, as usual, played out nicely. And like in the early New York session, wasn't really doing anything, was kind of waiting for the numbers, but we're going to talk about that too.
All right, let's get started. I can share the schedule.
Let's see.
So today is Wednesday, and you are watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, you have Pine Tree Trader. At 10:30 to 11:30, you have A Feast. 11:30 to 12:30, you have Bull, Barbie, and Methodical Man. At 12:30 to 1:30, you have Matt Cowart. And a very special announcement regarding a very special promo will be announced in about 1 hour. So you definitely don't want to miss it.
Oh yeah, I'm actually, guys, I already know what it's gonna be. Yeah, so it's hard to keep it back, but I'll try to keep it secret. But it's gonna be amazing, so I really can't wait for it.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Let's take a look at the charts, Tom.
Let's see. Okay, so as I said, London session was really good. I wasn't really expecting anything like CPI day, anything can happen, but just to keep it real simple, so I'm not really trading the 2 a.m. Hour right now because of the daylight saving time shift. So I moved my trading time an hour forward. So I start to trade usually until March 29, until Europe also switches to summertime. So I'm starting at 3 a.m. ish. And so we were seeing a bit of a drop here, and I thought that we're going to go up there to the 3-minute supply zone, which we didn't. But as price started to slow down and do some consolidation here after 4 a.m. Right now, 4 a.m. is the same time for the pre-market open and the London open as well. So we have a bit of a volume surge here, which actually didn't really happen. So at 4 a.m. not much happened, but I'm not going to go down to the 15-second chart right now, but I scanned everything, and because there was not much action in London session at first, I just went down to the 15-second chart and started to scan some absolutely great zones, and I found one down there somewhere around 974. Anyway, took a beautiful short there live on stream, and it was amazing. I kept adding to the winner, and it was a really good trade. Now anyway, I really like that, but that was the main move for me in the London session. It seems like that everybody was waiting for the news. Honestly, I don't even really know the numbers, but I know that you're already checked it out, so we're going to talk about that. But so far, the only level I'm seeing after the news release, and here's the news candle at 8:30, that the market already swept the lows here, and I just have a feeling we saw that multiple times here on MyFundedTV as well, that when we have this typical news candle like this doji here, there's a very high possibility that sooner or later throughout the day we should be sweeping the high, and this is what I'm going to be focusing on a little bit. So that is 25,056. So I'm going to be looking at that 25,056, which is the high on the micro of this doji candle, the news candle. And we have a 3-minute supply zone higher starting at 25,097. Not much else that I see here. Oh, I mean, there is one thing. There is a 1-minute demand zone at 908, which starts at 908.50, and the lowest point of this candle was exactly, hold on, how much was it? Yeah, 908.50. So it practically tagged it, and then it was a bounce. So I don't know what that could mean. If we going to take the elevator again, we might just gonna go through that 908. So what I will do is I'm going to put a fair value gap here, and I will be watching the price. If we drop below with some down close candles, I think I'm going to scalp it down to 908. But let's keep an eye on the 25,056, because we've seen this happen many times. So CPI days, NFP release, whatever, these major news events can trigger this kind of price actions. Let's keep an eye on that. And and as for gold actually tricked me in the London session, because I wanted to go long, but instead gold actually dropped a little bit more down there. But to be honest, in the past couple of weeks, gold is not really the type of market that I enjoy trading. So there's not too many levels that I like. I'm always looking for supply and demand. If some of you guys are new in the chat, I'm all about supply and demand zones. If I don't see the zone, I just can't take the trade, because those are my targets. And so right now there's only one level on gold that I'm looking at, which is 5,211.4 to be exact. So that's the zone right around the midnight level. So New York midnight area. That would be the only thing. It almost went up there at the news release, but it didn't. I'm starting to think that we swept these swing lows, and if we can shift higher with some up close candles, we can see one more continuation on gold, and maybe we can go up there. So I'm not sure that I'm going to take a trade on this, but you know what, if we see some really good up close candles, I'm just going to put an alert, so I'm not going to forget it. Let's see if we go above 51.95. Maybe I will look for a long position. Otherwise, I don't really care too much about it. And as for ES, I haven't really did the chart markups here, but ES also dropped. There is, by the way, a 5-minute zone here. It's not too perfect, actually. Anyway, it's not really perfect, but we can see some further drop. No, actually, that's been swept. Sorry, my mistake. This has been swept. There was a swing low at 67.65. It's been swept. I don't see any zones here, not at least on the 5 or the 15 minutes. So, but we have relative equal lows on ES. If you switch to the 15-minute chart, you guys can see it, that we have some relative equal lows here. So 1, 2, 3, almost 4 times, 5 times here. So what if ES tries to go a little bit lower? Because there is some liquidity here still on that bullish candle from Monday PM session. This was President Trump's tweet that there should be some peace soon. But this is the one that moved the market. I feel like this could be repriced. Who knows? If ES starts to go there, and obviously we'll be looking for shorts on NQ as well. But yeah, to summarize it, we have the levels here on NQ. Looking for 908, and maybe, looking to break that 25,055. This is going to be, again, one of those days when we might just have to wait for the open, because sometimes I did jump into a trade before the open when the level was so close. But if there's no confirmation, well, we just have to wait, because right now there's no confirmation. So that's all we have. We're going to be reactive, right? So let's see what goes on.
Yes, thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
And I can share a little bit of the big news. So we had CPI this morning at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Core CPI month over month came in at 0.2% as expected. The forecast was also 0.2%. CPI month over month, 0.3% came in at 0.3%. And the CPI year over year came in exactly as expected also at 2.4%. The forecast was 2.4%. So
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, numbers were pretty much as expected. So actually not that bad of news. I would say if if everything as expected, it's usually a bit of a boring situation. Like, okay, everything is expected. What should we do? The numbers are as forecasted. In this case, it's hard to go only by the numbers. I think right now we should stick to the technicals and just wait for these certain levels to be broken, because to me, honestly, it's boring news. Like, if there would be some sort of a deviation from the forecast, or at least from the previous number, but there's nothing. Everything is just like still water. I mean, really, there's nothing is moving. So I mean, numbers wise, and I don't think it's going to do anything.
Right, exactly. It's there's no surprise. Like,
no surprise. Exactly.
No surprise for the market to kind of freak out.
Exactly. We're waiting for some ridiculous deviation, but when it's not happening, even from the previous one, not to mention from the forecast, then what can we expect in this case? And this kind of explains this doji candle at the news release, like huge indecision. So the only thing that is possible is that take out both sides, and this just helps out with the narrative that let's just look for that 25,056. Anyway, I put a marker there, and if it starts to shoot up, maybe I'm going to take a scalp. Who knows? Yeah,
kind of tricky. Wait and see. It sounds like you have different levels you're looking at, and looking at scalping, and then also your 15-second chart you'll be sharing with us, so we can learn from you.
That is something so the 15-second chart, I used to keep it on my screen sometimes. This is something that is like, it's not planned. It's not something I'm planning to go with, but this situation and this experience, like, this is happening right now. I mean, not now, but in the past, just a few weeks ago. Like, I'm trying to look for some levels on the lower time frames. I said many times, like, guys, I don't know if I could trade the 1 minute lower time frames. I mean, this is just insane. How can you trade? I'm actually not trading it, by the way, but it helps me to identify these levels with a little bit more precision there, and it's just good. Like, I'm really having good results sometimes looking at that 15-second chart, especially if the market is ranging, by the way.
Yeah, it might be kind of tricky today. I'm thinking we had that huge day of 1,000+ points, and then yesterday was a fairly small day. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but anything can happen as far as headlines that come in. And speaking of headlines, need to know market risk: a surge in oil prices following vessel attacks in the Strait of Hormuz kept pressure on stocks and bonds, while relatively subdued inflation data from before the Iran war failed to lift sentiment. So not too much to kind of share as far as like, oh my gosh, you have to know this. You have to know
yeah, exactly. So not much happening. And I just switched to crude oil. Like in the past couple of days, we're kind of doing this because of the war situation. But it seems like we're back into this $85-86 of like mid-level. Like, we can maybe say that point of control, but like somewhere we're in the middle of this range here. So yeah, I don't know. It's surprising that yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday we spiked down in the PM session to the 5th of March, which was a Thursday level. That was actually before the attacks. So actually we went down to that level, then spiked back up there. I guess I have to look after some information there. Like, yesterday we mentioned, like, I wonder how the current supplies and the reserves are going to hold on in the near future by crude oil, how the demand is going to increase or whatnot. I do need to do some research about that. I feel like if this war situation is going to like not like just escalate, but it's going to take more and more time, then that would dictate that the oil prices at least slowly would be increasing again. So hopefully not, but yeah, I think that's one of the reasons we're staying in this range, but I'm just guessing here, so we'll see.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Welcome.
What do you think about our likes so far?
Yeah, I need to do that. I need to check that because, guys, this is part of my job.
I think yesterday we left our segment with 160 likes.
Guys, that is good. Now I'm seeing 87 likes. Very good start as usual. I think this is our starting number. I'm seeing more than 331 viewers. Very good. I know that we had one of those days when we had over 200 likes before 10 a.m. and I know we can do it again. So yes. Please, guys, this is how it works. And we're seeing 400 more subs above 60K. So since we passed 60K, really good. We're seeing, by the way, a nice linear growth with the subs, which is amazing. This is because you guys are always smashing it. So thank you so much for that. Keep on doing it. This is how we're going to get bigger, better. And obviously, if you're watching us on X, please hop over to YouTube, smash that like. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. This is how the algorithm works. And of course, please do share the stream link with everybody you know. Everybody has socials, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, Instagram. Just share the links because, you know, that's your job. And then the more time you share, the more freebies we're going to get you guys.
Yes, absolutely. And at 70,000 subscribers, Tom promised that he would dance.
Yeah.
We're getting closer. Are you preparing it yet?
I already know what I'm going to dance for, so it's going to be a real surprise. You guys are going to love it. And of course, it's not just about the dance. I'll really try to do an even better job that I did last time with Luke. I am going to call him again over and over. Last time he was super generous for 25 accounts extra giveaway when we reach 60K. At 70K, I'm gonna get him to do 50. All right, at least 50.
Whoa! Okay, we're getting closer. we're already almost halfway there. Thank you, everyone, for doing that, subscribing, hitting that smashing that like button every single day. Hey, Adrian. Adrian is in the house. I can share the current promos.
Oh yeah, let's see the promos. Adrian, hello there. Yeah, let's see the promos.
Yeah. Okay, this one.
Okay.
I have it ready. So we have a very special promo that's coming in about 40 minutes. Just so you know, heads up, you do not want to miss it. We will be sharing that news here on MyFundedFutures TV. But until then, I will share the current promos, which is 20% off any of the rapid accounts. Right now, these are our daily payout accounts. It's a 90-10 split using the code YouTube. Also, it is 30% off any of the pro accounts. Those accounts you can really run up. Oh, there's a form, you guys.
Everybody, come on, act real quick. Go there, fill out the form. You need to be very quick, 1 or 2 minutes until the form closes, and make sure to stay until the winners are going to be announced. Winners announcements are coming, I think, around the end of our segment here before Pine Tree comes up the stage. Make sure to be here. If you don't react in time, it's going to get re-rolled, all right? As usual.
Yes, and then you'll cry because you missed your free account. So make sure you hang out with us.
Yeah.
And the welcome sale for new traders with MyFundedFutures is still going on. So for $49, you can try out the 25K Flex account. It is $77 for existing traders if you haven't tried that account out yet. Also 50% off any of the pro accounts if you're a brand new trader with MyFundedFutures. And as I mentioned, in 40 minutes here, we have a very special promo that we'll be announcing. We can't wait to announce it because it's a good one.
I want to say it, but I can't. I don't have the permission.
No, really Luke would get really mad at you.
Luke would call us like, hey, Tom, what you doing? I can't share it. This is such a great promo. Guys, make sure to stay here. I don't even know if I think Pine Tree is going to announce it. But anyway, guys, make sure to stay here all day because this is coming. It's really close. And this is going to be a super awesome promo. I can tell you. I mean, I'm definitely going to get some accounts for myself too.
Yeah, me too. I want to share this really cool thing on the MyFundedFutures dashboard website. I don't know. I don't even know if you know about it, Tom. I'm going to share it.
Uh, Please do so because I'm actually quite curious.
Tom is like, what is Terry talking about?
I'm like, I just said Terry at the backstage, like, Terry, without you, I would be lost. Like, you can do so many things at once. She can, like, chat with you guys. She's doing the promos. She's reading the headlines, and I'm like, where am I? What's happening? And she's. So I'm
No.
really curious. Guys, I mean, Terry, please do share what is going on at the dashboard.
Okay, here we go. Look how cool this is. This is the leaderboard with MyFundedFutures. You can see the top traders right now in their sim funded accounts and also live. You can see here Ren is in 5th place in his or hers live account with $34,000 worth of profit. So the number one trader right now within MyFundedFutures is Sam with $73,000 in sim funded profits. And this is off of just one 50K account, you guys.
$73,000 in one 50K account. Terry, this is amazing. This just, this is so much motivation, by the way, guys. This is not just motivation, it's proof that yes, you can do it, it's possible. And you don't need, yes, you can have 5 accounts at MyFundedFutures, but you only need one with proper risk management, right? That's
yes, exactly. This is so fun to look at. So everyone, you can view this anytime you want on your MyFundedFutures when you log in. So it's right here under your stats, and it's really fun to see these different traders. And so I'm thinking maybe like we'll come and we'll track. We'll come in and we'll check in and see how some of these names, some of our traders do, because it would be fun to see Sam get to $100,000. So you can see here, up here, it says request up to $100,000 of payouts with a pro account. I'm guessing that these are all mostly pro accounts. So someone did ask me to scroll down so you can see. So this is a top 30 list. It's also fun to see their win rates, also countries. We have people from all over the world trading with us, which I absolutely love that. You can also see here, like Rai has 5, I'm assuming pro accounts, right? 5 of these 50K accounts. And this person has 20,000 in each account. I'm guessing they're going to be moved to live soon. Maybe today. I don't know. I'm not part of the risk department, but I'm just looking at this thinking, wow, like that's already $100,000, which is incredible. Because with the code, using code YouTube, the pro count, the 50K pro count is, I believe, like $158 with the discount. So look at all the things you can do. It's so amazing.
Which is, by the way, is still a good price. Do we still have the 50% welcome promo on the pro accounts? I don't know if it's running still. It's running. Okay, so if you guys have some extra money to spare, like the pro accounts also have a welcome bonus, 50% off for the first month if you are a brand new customer at MyFundedFutures. So give it a try. It's a real good value.
Yeah, it really is. It's rare that we get 50% off the pro accounts. Frequency says with win rate 100%. Exactly. I know. I noticed that too when I was looking over this list. I was like, oh my gosh, like this person just nailed their trades. And I'm wondering if they nailed them with like size.
I don't know. I mean, this
interesting.
And I think this also requires quite a bit of discipline as well.
Yeah.
Maybe
a lot of discipline.
Yeah, gotta hold those trades throughout maybe a couple of hours. We don't know that obviously, but it definitely requires a lot of discipline and attention, and proper risk management, of course.
Yes, exactly. How cool is it though that you see win rates like all across the map? Like here is a 47% win rate. We have 87%, 100%. So the number one person is at 66.7%. So if anyone is feeling like you're looking for that 100% win rate, forget about it. Like, I mean, I don't know, rye here. That seems very lucky. Like, I don't want to say lucky, but very unusual.
It is unusual.
It's very unusual.
Mathematically not impossible, but
Yeah.
it's like so rare to see something like that. It's very rare. Very.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so I wanted to share this new feature with you guys. How fun is this? I love it.
It is fun. Yeah, I like that too. And again, this is going to be motivating, and it's the proof that yeah, it's possible. You can do it. Obviously, it's not going to happen in 1 day or 2 days, but give yourself time. This is what why we are working for, basically. And by the way, I just took a small long position here. A relatively small risk. I'm kind of looking for that news candle high at 56. My TP is going to be 54.25. Only 2 micros. I'm okay with the risk because I made some profits on this account in London session. So I'm perfectly fine. I'm just looking for this pop here, and that is it. Even if we get a pullback like down to 25K, I'm still fine. I just don't really want it to go down to below the 990s. And that's it.
Oh, I like your long, Tom. The midnight opening price is, one sec here. It's 25,118.
25,000. Yeah, somewhere. I have 19, but doesn't matter. It's there. It's 100. Yeah, 118, 119, whatever. It's there. We have the 3-minute supply zone also at 0.97. So 0.97. Right below 100. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We have like 2 minutes till the market open. I don't know. This is gonna be an interesting start. I kind of feel like that the market open should be spiking through that candle. I mean the candle high. Yeah. If not, and it's gonna take me out, that's fine too. I might gonna give a second chance to it later. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I like this trade. Everyone hold your breath for Tom.
let's start praying, everybody. And yeah, otherwise, maybe it would be better if I hold this position until the 3-minute supply zone. Who knows? You know what? I'm going to hold that position until that 3-minute. Let me just take off 1 micro here, and I'm going to put my, 1 TP here with 1 micro, and I'm going to hold the runner until like 89. 89 would be good. I'm going to hold it for up there, 88.75. Okay, that's it. And this is the trade so far. We'll see.
Okay, I really
One more minute,
like
everybody. One
so
more minute.
Good. Let's go. Good luck, everyone.
And by the way, Terry, I forgot to say thank you for sharing the info from the dashboard. It's really good. It's so good. We need to talk about those results from time to time. It's really good motivation. It really is.
Anytime, Tom. And also, as a reminder, come join our stream either as a guest or potentially future host, full-time host. So definitely apply if you haven't already. We want to hear your stories. You don't have to be an influencer to apply. Like, as long as you have the energy, we want great energy.
We need new sidekicks in the show. So so join us. The application is going to be posted by the mods. Magnus or Abhishek is going to post it. There's the form. Abhishek posted it, so make sure to apply.
Yes.
5 more seconds, everybody.
Good luck. Good luck.
Sit back, relax.
Oh my gosh. Pushing.
Wow.
Wow. Look at that.
Oh my God. I have to... should I drink the coffee or should I move my stop?
Both at the same time.
At the same time. All right. All right. It hit my TP there.
Wow.
It hit the TP. All right. It hit the TP. I can't believe it. I mean, I just wanted to modify my stop, and by the time I clicked it, it actually hit the TP. All right.
W for Tom, everyone. That was
look
awesome.
At that. My TP was 88.75, so it actually, what was the high here? The high was 91.25. Oh my gosh, this was wow.
That was such a big push. It's been pushing since that Harami candle at the bottom there at 8:45.
Wow.
What now?
Okay.
What now, Tom? What do we
Well,
do?
the thing is, the zone is still there at 97, by the way. It's still there. I would be scared to jump in a little bit because we could see a possible pullback here, but the
Yeah.
zone is still there at 97. So there's a very high chance that 97 is going to get hit. But the question is, are we going to have a pullback before that or not? So now the 15-second chart is, picked up a bit of a liquidity from the strong push. And the 1 minute on the right side, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm not zooming in enough because you guys might not see it clearly. But on the right side, this is the 1 minute chart, is going to close in 17 seconds. So this is what I was afraid of a little bit. The 15-second clearly repricing the gap. The 1 minute still have not closed yet. But 97, I'm saying it's 97 for now. But be ready for a possible pullback. But I'm saying 97.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did hop into a long looking for that midnight price retracement back to about 117. Yeah, I know it's not the best price, but that's okay. It's working so far. my entry's at 25,075.
Almost there in the zone, almost there, guys. It should be hitting the 97. It should be hitting that.
Oh,
come on, just go through 97 Nasdaq. That's all we want. Should I need to call the market makers or something?
Yes.
I think it hit it. Did it hit it? Did it go there?
No, not
what was
quite
the
yet.
high? 96.75, everybody. 96.75. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
This is
Anyway,
amazing.
like usually, by the way, I said that many times. When I'm looking for a zone, it doesn't matter which time frame it is. It could be 1 minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I never go for the exact level. I usually take it off a few points earlier, right? If I would have left this on, the worst case scenario, my TP would have been somewhere around 95 or 96. But anyway, the 97.50, which is the exact level, has still not been hit yet. So if you're holding your longs, this is your push, maybe. There you go.
It's pushing. It is pushing. Hey!
All right, 97.50 got hit, and this is it, guys. We're done for today. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Tom, you can't leave yet.
Oh,
You're not allowed.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
so yeah.
So I am going to pull up the statistic about the midnight opening retracement because I did see someone make a comment about my trading, why I'm in this position, and it is actually based on numbers. So in the past 6 months on NQ, this is through Edgeful, by the way. In the past 6 months on NQ, it retraced back to that midnight price 67% of the time over the past 6 months. So this is a good trade. I will base it on that.
Well, Terry, this was a real good. And still, are you still in the trade?
I am.
You are. Okay.
Yeah, it's just hanging out right now.
Okay. Are you looking for the midnight level there, or?
I am, exactly, which is towards the high of day. So the overnight, my TP is at 25,116.
Okay. It's actually good because we're seeing a bit of a sideways action here, which could be good for, picking up momentum for the next push. The only thing we need to make sure of is that we should not be trading below somewhere around 25,030. So there's is there a flat candle? Hold on, a low 35. Okay, so at 25,035 on the 930 candle, that's a flat candle. I usually don't like flat candles, especially when there's volatility. So I'm going to zoom in on the 1 minute here. So this is the opening candle here. The opening and the lowest point is the same. There's no wick on the downside. Hopefully it will push higher. It should be getting through this zone, by the way. But if it starts to go lower, sometimes I try to scalp for the flat candles. So I think Pine Tree was also talking about this. But yeah, let's see if we can push higher. Once we close higher than above that 3 minute zone, which is still active, by the way, as long as it's not trading through it, the zone can actually act as a possible resistance area. So I'm not saying that this is support and resistance, but look at the rejection from the middle of the zone, right from the middle, this bearish pin bar here. Now, currently, at this very second, the zone is acting up as possible resistance. Now, it can still go through, obviously, and, you know, here you go. Maybe we're going to have another push. Once we trade higher than 106, then there's a very, very, very high chance that we're going to make a new high of the day. So let's just get through 106 here. I don't have a trade on for this yet, but I'm actually going to scan the 15-second chart, maybe if I see something, but I don't really see anything.
You can hold your breath for my trade, Tom.
I am going to. I don't want to jinx it, Terry, but maybe I'm gonna go short. I don't know.
It's okay.
No. I'm still waiting. I don't have any confirmation yet. So no confirmation yet. For me to go short, we need down close candles below this. What was this level? 53. Yeah. So on the 15-second, I need some displacement lower, because if we trade lower than 53, I'm afraid that we're going to go for that 35. So that's like, even if you miss the entry, you can easily get like 10 or 15 points of scalp. But I don't want that. I want your trade to push through this zone and go to make a new daily high.
I would love to see that. Yeah.
That would be great.
The 5-minute order people did get tagged in on the long side, so hopefully that trade works. Because if that trade works, then we will definitely hit my TP. Luke is coming on, everyone, in about 23 minutes. I just saw in chat, Tom, that Luke will be here.
Okay, Luke is going to be here. Nice.
Yeah. Luke tends to bring presents for everyone, so I don't know. Maybe he'll bring presents.
That is going to be amazing. Yeah. So, guys, make sure to ask for some giveaways, you know. He likes that.
W for Luke, exactly. Oh, yeah, so the trade is still working. It's in profit by about 25-ish points. My entry was 25.75. We're just waiting. We're almost at TP here. Anything can happen. We've seen it so many different times. NQ is wild. This open so far, though, has pretty much been in one direction, it seems like.
Yeah, it seems like it. And at least we traded through that 106 level. So for your trade, it's actually good news. And did you say where is your TP at? I don't know if you said.
25,116.50.
Okay. All right. That's a good level. 16.
Go.
I think it should be making it. We traded higher than the zone. It should be getting through there. 116. All right. Yeah, that's a good level. That's a good. Pine Tree is here in the chat. Hey, Pine Tree, what's up?
Pine Tree. All right, it's pushing. Look at all these green candles. It's just ever since 9:15 a.m. I do see some resistance up here. Where actually where my TV is from yesterday. But if it can smash past that, I mean, so far this open is very strong. Sometimes the open can give us like an indication of the day, right? So NQ is already up 100 and over 100 points. It's holding so far, so that's very bullish. ES is okay. Maybe this next candle might push. Come on, NQ, push.
Let's go. We only need just how much? 15 points. Come on.
Yeah. So ES is almost at the high of that data candle. So that's good. Come on. Okay. It's pushing. It's pushing. Go.
Yeah. I totally forgot to check on it. So ES, ES is okay. ES took out the news candle high. Come on. We just need a small push there. ES.
Oh, wouldn't this be so sad if it just turns around?
It should not be turning around, although there is definitely some resistance here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
It's still okay. I'm trying to Let's see. If we close below the 70, that's not a good sign because there's a swing low, right, on the 1 minute. So if we see some down close candles below 25,070, maybe that should be a sign of, not to do too much. I mean, I don't know. It's obviously it's up to you. If you have enough space to hold the trade, then yeah, you can do so. Maybe it's just gonna sweep to 70 and then go higher.
Go. I do have my stop below the 5-minute orb. Go. It's pushing. I like this.
All right. Just a few more points, everyone.
Just a few more. Has this happened to you, Tom, where you see this and you're like, oh, dang it, I'm just going to take it off and take the profits and run. But
every single time, Terry, all the time like this.
Like you feel that, right?
Yeah.
I sometimes have to, like, when I'm aware of that feeling, I sometimes have to just like sit in it and say, it's okay. Just leave it alone.
Exactly.
Just leave it alone. Yeah. Oh, it's almost there. Here we go. It went up to 15. Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. The high, let's see. The high was 15.50. Oh, my gosh. This is terrible.
AVR Dream says, Terry, I often take the profits. I know. I'm not going to.
I'm not going to tell you what to do, Terry. I'm definitely not going to tell you what to do. We are seeing some high resistance liquidity levels here.
Yeah, it's coming in.
But it's still, the bulls are still fighting. So
they are. How are we doing on our likes?
Yeah, let's check the numbers here, guys. Let me refresh the page. We are having 151 likes, which is, good. It's not the best, but it's not bad. It's actually very good. But we can do it. We can push it to 200, guys. By the time Luke comes up here to the stage with Pine Tree, let's make him happy. Let's get 200 likes, and we're above 400 viewers, which is amazing. But we need to get to 200, right? Let's go, everybody.
Yes. Let's go. We can do it. Ooh, look now. And NASDAQ is trading back down.
What the heck, NQ?
NQ. Okay, so the 15-minute orb after this candle closes will be set, and let's see which way it breaks. Obviously, if it breaks on the downside, this trade is cooked, right? It missed my TP by 1 point, Tom.
Oh my gosh, Terry. Oh my gosh. I hate when that happens. That is...
Oh my goodness. Arizona is laughing with us.
It's like, but as I think so far so good. It's still valid.
I still like it.
Yeah, everything is good so far. Even if we go below the 70s, we should be seeing an immediate rejection there. Once we get below 53 with some down close candles, that would be the sweaty part, because I don't know.
Ooh, I don't like this.
Come on, NQ. I can't believe this. NQ.
This by 1 point.
NQ, I can't believe this is happening.
Okay. I think people are taking profits here. And I think if the bulls are really strong, they're going to be able to push this thing back. But what makes me kind of nervous is there is a divot in this volume profile here. I'm hoping it doesn't fill until later. We shall see, though. It was such a strong open. We're still up. NASDAQ is still up about 87-ish, 89 points.
I'm sorry, Terry, but I took a short trade here.
Oh!
I needed to.
My trade is cooked now.
No, actually, I took it for you. I mean, look at that. I took it. Now it's going after me. Look at that. Almost got me.
Watch Tom and I battle in trading.
Yeah, almost got me out of this trade. Oh, come on! It's almost taking my stop loss there. Actually, I wanted to see the. Actually, I'm gonna move my stop just a little bit to make sure about the slippage. But yeah, I thought that we're just gonna go down to that flat candle, so that was the reason for me to scalp it, to try to scalp it, and it's not going down there so far, which is good for the longs. It's 3 micros, absolutely okay. Yeah, I think if we're going back above 100 here, which I think we might do, your trade should be all right. But yeah, we'll see. We shall see.
It's a battle between Tom and Terry. Let's
my
go.
Gosh, if it closes below this, I'm just gonna add to the trade.
Oh no!
I know, right? I have to add to the trade, Terry. I added to the trade. I'm sorry. I added to the trade 3 more micros. 6 micros now in this, everybody.
Ooh, that's a heavy trade.
That's a heavy trade. Yeah, that is indeed a heavy trade. That is a heavy one. Finger is on the kill switch here. Maybe I won't gonna make it down there. I just want to see that flat candle. Come on, NQ. You know, I'm okay because I made profit on this account in London. So I made a profit earlier. I'm just actually risking my profits from the day. So I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I made profits too in this account. I want to add to my long, Tom.
It's up to you, Terry.
Not yet, though. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait.
Are you entertained, everybody? I hope you are. Yes, this is like, oh my gosh.
We do go head to head often in trading, which is fun because we're both good sports. We're
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we're very good sports.
And I'm really feeling blessed to have Terry as my co-host because we have an awesome time here. And, you know, if I'm going to lose this trade, I can actually call her and cry on the phone like, why?
100%.
Why is it happening to me? You know, and this is just great. So
yes, exactly. I can call you, Tom, and cry also.
Yeah, we can do that all day long.
It's always like, it's okay. Everything's going to be just fine. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, because it is, you know.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so the 15-minute orb is set. Ooh, my trade's gonna get cooked. Your trade is looking good, Tom.
I don't know. I'm a little bit. I don't know, Terry. I don't know. So the flat candle is at 35. My TP is at 36.25. Guys, I'm gonna hold my breath. Let's just. No, I'm not. I can't hold it.
This is looking like like the sellers are definitely coming in. We saw that resistance towards the top. Oh
my gosh, almost hit my TP. I can't believe this. I think it missed my TP with 1 tick, maybe. I don't know.
Incredible. It missed my TP by 1 point. But I do think your TP will probably get hit.
Actually,
what is your TP at?
My TP is 36.25 and it missed it with 2 ticks. Oh my gosh.
My stop is at 25.34, so.
All right, let's just sit back, everybody, relax. I'm gonna drink some more coffee, you know, and there we go. TP hit, everybody.
Congratulations.
Now let's start to pray for Terry's long position here because it has to turn now. So
turn around. I think it's wanting to go back to the VWAP.
It's funny because it actually did not took the 35, which could be tricky for the sellers. You know, it tricked the sellers. Now it could be, you know, turning around. And I was a little bit scared. I'm going to tell you why. Because as I said, usually I never like to. It's not just about the zones. It could be a flat candle, whatever level is that I'm looking for. I never go for the exact level. I always like to take a few points. I take off a few points earlier, but in this case, I was just 1 point and actually 5 ticks away from my TP. So my original TP should have been around 37, 38 there, just because of these situations. Because in this case, sellers could be trapped and it's going to reverse and just, you know, go back up there. I really hope that your trade is going to turn out good, Terry, because I really hope so.
I really hope so too. Luke will be here in 10 minutes.
Everybody get prepared. When Luke comes around, there's always some, you know, magical things start to happen, you know.
Yes, exactly. Here, exactly. Samuel said on here or Twitter, on here on MyFundedFutures TV in 10 minutes. Yeah, my trade is still alive. It's okay. We're in one micro. No problem.
All right.
Ooh, it's my kid. Oh, I got stopped out.
You got stopped out. Oh. Oh
You won,
no.
Tom. You won.
Well, nobody wins, Terry. This is just a constant learning curve, and this is how it is. You know.
You won. It's okay. Tom is so humble, you guys, right? W's
No,
for Tom, please. Tom is
there's
awesome.
no, Terry. There is no that. There's winning. You know, you took your trade, you managed your stop, you managed your position. That's a win. So we can say whatever we want about that trade. If it's, it could be a loss technically, but it's a win. And we talked about this months ago, by the way. I was still doing my own sessions at 11:30, and I know I talked about this throughout 2 or 3 sessions. How much is it important? If you followed your plan, you traded your plan, it could be a loss, but if you followed your risk management, if you follow through everything, that's a win. Actually, you were just only wrong about the outcome. That's it. But you actually did everything according to plan. So Terry, I think you did a great job there. And by the way, diamond hands for being able to hold the trade so close to that TP. And you were, guys, Terry, she was believing in her trade. She was believing in her analysis, which can be which can be still good, by the way. By the end of the day, who knows what's going to happen? And and everything went according to the book. So it's a win in my book. It's a win.
You're so right, Tom. Thank you for reminding me. It's the process. It's not the result. It's sticking to the process.
Exactly.
Oftentimes, we lose accounts typically when we're not sticking to the plan, right? Like, okay, so it doesn't work out. And then all of a sudden you start throwing in like 3 minis instead of your 1 micro.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you make the mistakes there, right? So if you lose a trade with like a few micros and you're down like maybe a few $100, 2 or 3, whatever, no problem. You cannot. So I think the biggest problem is we are increasing the position size. That's what I realized. That's what everybody keeps telling me. Like, hey, Tom, look at this, Terry. Look at this. What the heck is going on here?
I know. Look at that bounce off VWAP. Incredible.
Yeah. So guys, this is like the situation. This is a make you and break you point again, because you might gonna say, okay, this is it. I'm gonna go in with 3 minis now instead of 3 micros, and I'm gonna get it all back and more. Wrong. You can give a second chance to your trade. There's nothing wrong with second chances in life as well, by the way. There's nothing wrong, but you cannot go like without proper risk management, right?
Yes,
right.
Absolutely. Exactly. And it's helpful to have other things planned in your day so that you're not focused on like, I have to win this one trade. And what I'm going to focus on right now is that Luke is going to come on in 7 minutes to tell you about such an awesome promo. That makes me happy.
I so wanted to talk to Luke, but I guess he had enough of me. Maybe he just wants to talk with Pine Tree right now. I don't know.
I think so. It sounds like Luke is more interested. I'm sorry, Tom.
Actually, yes. I think I don't know. But I know we all know that Luke is a superstar here, and whenever he comes onto the stage, we're having lots of more viewers, lots of likes. Speaking of likes, by the way, I do need to check one more time here how we are doing. Let's see.
Are we up there?
179, which is amazing. Guys, 21 more likes. 21 more. It's easy to do. We have 440 viewers here, which is amazing. 21 brave souls. That's what we need. Grab some glory and, smash the like. If you're watching us through X, please hop over to YouTube. Be our savior and, make sure to get us to 200 likes, because this is how the system works. This is how YouTube works. And I'm actually really happy that, as I said earlier, we're seeing a nice linear growth with the subscribers. This is really good. So thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much. Give a very warm welcome to Luke in about 5 minutes. If he sees 200 plus likes, that'll make him super happy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're almost there.
Almost there.
199. Thank you, 199.
You guys. 199. Exactly. Almost there. I know we can do it. And And let me just
So-
refresh it again. 201, everybody. 201. Let me just give you guys an applause. Congratulations. We got it. We made it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So
what do you think of the markets, Tom, before we head out? Like, can you give us a quick analysis of what you see?
Yeah, so I'm surprised too that we didn't make a new high, by the way. I'm a little bit surprised, like why it didn't work out. Now, for those of you who are liking the long scenario, the bad news, I don't really want to give bad news or anything like that, but this right here, and obviously this is not advice, but I think, let me just check it, low here at 9.6. Okay, this is a absolutely textbook 5-minute demand zone. So it doesn't get any better than this. On the 5-minute chart down here, let me see the exact number here. On the 5-minute chart, it's 974.25. It's the textbook 5-minute demand zone here. Beautiful, taking up liquidity, pushing it all the way up there. And now, you know, after that it failed those highs, maybe I would be looking for possible sales below 25,015, all the way down, scalp it to 974. But we need down close candles. All right, we might even need to invert this area here. Let me just give it a different color. So yeah, let's just get below the swing low and invert that fair value gap. I would be currently at this moment, but it can shift, so my bias can shift. At this moment, I'd like to see more sell-off here, but and there's still the 908 level, so we'll see what happens. Be careful with the longs. I'm not saying we cannot make a new daily high, but as I said many times, if I don't see a zone, I just cannot engage, and I don't see any zone up there. I checked my other charts here on my left. There's nothing up there for me, but there's no reason not to make a new daily high. I would be looking for sells, and let's see what happens. On gold, oh my gosh, it went lower. Now it's getting higher. You know what? Keep an eye on for that 52 and 11. There's a 3-minute supply zone. Wait for a possible push. And I'm not really trading ES, but ES also is kind of, you know, just wiggling around back into the middle. So I don't know. Hard to say anything about that. But yeah, this is what I think. Get ready. Maybe not now. Maybe during the PM session, but possible sells down to that demand zone. Right? Even after, but first, maybe we can do a daily high and then go lower. Just keep in mind the 974 level, mark it up, and let's watch that level for later. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
I like it.
Yeah.
Some great notes, great ideas. I did happen to, I re-entered my long.
My gosh, look at this. It's pushing now. What is going on? Okay.
I did re-enter with 2 micros. We shall see.
That is not bad, actually. This strong push, this is a real good indication that it wants to make a new high. It wants to make a new high. Come on, just make a new high, everybody.
Go. So I do like that the first 30 minutes, first 30-minute candle is closing in about 30 seconds here. I do like that this candle will likely close green. So this is a 30-minute chart. There is a statistic continuation. You have better probabilities that the market will close green based on this green candle. So that is partly why I re-entered the long. So we'll see what can happen. And I do like that retest, right? Like where people are taking profits. I love this bounce off of VWAP, and then
it looks great.
Yeah, it looks good. So hopefully it can push up there. I did put, playing with my heart again, you guys. Oh my goodness. I think I need a very warm coffee at this point.
It will go there.
It is 10 o'clock, Tom.
All right, everybody, we had such a great time. Pine Tree is going to take over, and Luke is coming onto the stage soon, I guess. So everybody, thank you so much for watching us. Terry, it was an amazing day again with you here. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, right?
Back tomorrow. Thank you, Tom. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
We'll see everyone
guys
tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo, what's up, everyone? How's it going? CPI. Wow, market is ripping. I tried a little short here after we broke that outside bar. We pushed down into the VWAP. I was looking for more. It came back, took me out break even. So right now I am essentially break even. So down 480, and I'm glad I got out too because the market is ripping higher. What is going on? Pine trees in the chat. I love seeing the pine trees. What is happening? So I guess we'll have Luke coming on eventually. Not quite sure when, but I'm sure he'll be on at some point, which is going to be exciting. They're going to be announcing a new promo, so we can't wait for that. How's everyone else doing? Right now, I am looking at the market here. I'm not seeing a particular trade. We are just ripping. We're parabolic. So I will sit on my hands at the moment. Yes, smash the like button. If we don't get those likes, then no promo. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, we like to see those likes. All right, so the market push it up here, 25,180. Let's look for an inside bar or an outside bar or something like that. This presented actually a very good trade. I think I just got a little bit too greedy. So we put it in an outside bar. We had a nice push up, so I was able to get in for a cheap trade. I had to stop up in here. We pushed back down into the VWAP. I was looking for the lows to come, or actually looking for 25,000 level to be touched again. But right now, it is not, and it's pushing up higher. Let's take a look at gold and silver real quick. So we got gold pushing higher. Silver also, silver's not really doing too much at the moment. I want to take a peek at oil too. So if you guys are new to my trading, I will trade any instrument if I see a setup, basically. So if I see an inside bar or something that I like, I will take it. Look for Haramis on the YM chart. YM pulling back hard here. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on this one right now. We'll size down a bit because I think if this puts in a Harami, I might try it for a short. Stop will go. Wow. Very volatile session, guys. See some big candles, big 5-minute candles. That's to be expected, right, with the CPI. But let's see right here. Let's see what we get. This candle closes in just a few minutes. Let's take a look here. NASDAQ. This is also rejecting hard off the 180s. Let's go, guys. You guys are excited for that new promo. All right, guys. So I got Luke coming on here in any moment. If I hop into a trade, then you'll be able to see it on the screen. So I don't want to interrupt what Luke's going to say, but I'm still going to sling some contracts while he's on, right? This is the hot time in the market. So, all right, guys. So here comes Luke. Luke should be on any moment. Let's give a warm welcome to Luke. Guys, smash that like button as well. All right, Luke is here. What's up, Luke? Good to see you, man.
What's going on?
Oh, I said it's there we go. I can hear you.
How do I sound?
Pretty good. How's he sound, chat? You guys hear him all right? Let's welcome Luke.
I think you have a very nice voice. Sometimes I come to watch the stream just to hear your voice, because it's a very nice voice. That's why I was curious how I sound.
Oh, thanks, man. That's actually I'm very self-conscious about it, because when you hear your own voice back when you're doing recordings or anything like that, you always think, man, I sound like crap. But thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, if anybody in the chat is looking for a job as a voice actor, reach out to careers@myfundedfutures.com. You know, like I do some promotional videos, but I don't sound that good. But if we have somebody dub over my voice, do other languages, do like a Shrek voice, I think that the content would do a lot better. So careers@myfundedfutures.com. Okay. I see some people saying they have a good voice. All right. So, Pine.
Yes.
I don't think we've done this before.
No.
But when I arrive, I usually have surprises.
Yes.
Which is fun.
Yes, we love
One
surprises.
of the surprises today could be a $1 million rapid account. We have the 50K account, the 100K account, 150K account. Would that be crazy?
That would be nuts. That would be nuts.
I said it could be a prize. I did not promise it. It's like on the, could be.
Well,
Totally
chat
get
likes it. The chat's
crazy.
going insane right now. Guys, smash that like button. Come on.
All right, let me ask this to the chat. And I'm going to pick people who have real good answers. I'm going to pick winners, and we're going to do some giveaways. All right. What is your favorite MyFundedFutures plan and why?
Come on, guys. Let's see it in the
10
chat.
people who have real good answers, like meaningful answers, I'm going to give free accounts to.
I know mine. Mine is the rapid plans, because I love daily payouts. That's my favorite. What about you guys? I see a lot of rapids, flexes.
Yeah, but I need to know the whys. Like, okay. The rapids, daily, wow, okay. Daily. Jeez, oh, pizzo. This is insane.
It is going nuts. So someone says they like rapid plans because they get daily payouts and they buy groceries with it. So that's pretty cool.
All right, and we've got Magnus here, producer Magnus. If you guys don't know Magnus, he's behind the scenes. He keeps us going all day. Go to ChatGPT, say generate an image of Magnus at MFFU, and then you'll be able to imagine something in your mind as to what he looks like. If you send it to me, my email is luke@myfundedfutures.com. I'll tell you how close it is. All right, we're picking 10 winners who are contributing with their favorite plan and why. We want meaningful answers. Tinko, number 1. We got Jaybirds, number 2. He's saying rapid, fast pay, reasonable rules, etc. I agree. We got Mala, rapid, daily payouts. We're gonna have Goot, GOOTTT, flex 50K, 10K payout from $107 spend. Great point. So why there's a plan. All right, we got Heman, rapid, daily payouts, end of day. That's halfway. Keep the answers coming. I'm scrolling, okay? Flex 50K. No consistency, easy path to funded, instant payouts. We got 4 more. Rapid rewards disciplined traders, faster payouts, simple rules. Very much agree. Pro, this is Mantis is getting this account. No restrictions on the pro account. There are some, but not much. And Heman was the previous one, if I missed that. All right. Aditya saying his favorite plan is the rapid account because of the opportunity to scale, clear rules, fair risk, large payouts, simple eval. And then we've got, let's see, where's a good answer? Last one, Zeph's side, rapid, because it sounds like the word rabid, which is a description of traders in our YouTube community. So that comment earned him a free 50K rapid account.
Let's go. Congratulations, guys. That's awesome.
All right, Pine, I saw you doing something with the charts. Do you need to talk trading for a second? I can take a break.
No, I'm looking for a setup, but I'm not seeing anything at the moment. So we are good. Right now, the
what
market.
do you do when you don't have a setup?
What do I do when I don't have a setup?
Yes.
I try to sit on my hands as much as possible, right? I truly believe that less trading is the best trading. So if I'm in anywhere between 1 to 3 trades a day, those are my best trading days. If I have more than that, if I start to creep up to 15, 20 trades on a single day on a single account, then those are usually not good days. So if I can just take 1 to 3 trades in a day, then I'm good. So yeah, that's the best thing I can do. But yeah, just being patient. I mean, that's the key lately. It's just being patient.
How do you entertain yourself? You might go 6 hours without a trade.
I usually can get a trade within the first 2-3 hours of the day. That's usually when my setups come in. If I don't really see anything after that, then I might come back in the afternoon. But generally, I'm not sitting all afternoon. I am not on the charts. Like I don't. I'm usually out to lunch. I'm going to the gym, something like that. I used to sit on the charts all day, and for me, I'm over it. I don't want to sit on and stare at the charts all day. I'd rather just instead of trading the charts, in the afternoon at night, I'll do a lot of back testing, just looking for little gold nuggets, I guess. But yeah, I think trading less lately has been where I've been finding the most success. So
yeah, the discipline to not force the trade, I think, is amazing.
Yeah,
incredibly challenging.
Yes, it is. It's the hardest thing to do. I think being patient in all aspects of the trading prop is, whether it's the eval or the funded stage, it's all about being patient. The reason why a lot of us end up blowing up accounts, in my opinion, is because we oversize because we're not being patient enough. And really, it's like, once you pass an evaluation, you have that funded account, it's time to just stay as patient as possible because you have that funded account. Like you own it, in a sense, it's like there's no rush. Just because someone says, well, you can get a day 1 payout doesn't mean you have to. You can just take your time, and knowing that, you don't have any monthly rebills. So it's like you paid for the account. Now it's time to hold on to it. So patience, that's the name of the game today. Patience.
So let me ask this question for the chat. Has anybody blown a flex account today? A flex 25K, 50K, 100K, 150K. Did anybody blow a flex account today? And then I'll be getting to the good stuff.
We'll get a few yeses, a bunch of no's. Not today.
All right. My yeses, okay? I'm trying to convert people, bring them to the light, which is the rapid plan, which we'll talk about a little bit more in a second here. So everybody who's responded so far, this is the cutoff point, that they blew a flex account, we're going to give you a 50K rapid. So that's Lion Always. That's Abby, Benji Mueller, John Igaya. I'm trying on the names. I'm trying. Who else? I think okay, and Lost Morty. That is the crew that blew the 50K flex accounts before the cutoff point are getting Rapid. And so let's talk about Rapid, Pine, for a second here.
Okay.
All right. It is the fastest path to payouts in the industry.
We like that.
So you can buy an evaluation today, and by end of day tomorrow, you could have earned a payout.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
That's insane.
You could buy it today, end of day tomorrow, you could have earned a payout. So what's tomorrow's Thursday? Wednesday? Nope, Thursday. So you buy it Wednesday, you have earned the payout by Thursday, and on Friday you can request and get the payout. But again, you could buy the account now, have earned the payout by end of day tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's the best, right?
You can get paid daily. Payout requests are approved instantly. There's no delay in holding up on them.
Mm-hmm.
The evaluation is simple. It's a 2-day evaluation, which is why you need today and tomorrow. After you clear that 2-day evaluation, and there's other firms out there that have daily payout plans, but look at how long the evaluations are. 5 days. Brutal. The point of a daily payout plan is to get you earning payouts more quickly. We don't want a 5-day evaluation. So 2 days. And then once you're in the sim funded stage, you simply have to clear your buffer. And then you are in the position to start requesting payouts.
That's the best.
$200 buffer. And then whatever you earn over $500 every single day, you can request as a payout.
Wow, that's awesome. Everyone in the chat knows I love my daily payouts, so this is awesome. What do you guys think, chat?
All right. Can I tell you what the problem is with the rapid plan, the daily payouts?
All right, what's the problem?
$157.
Okay.
Too expensive. I just said we're trying to get people to the light. Everybody who blew a Flex account today, we gave them a free Rapid account so you all can understand. We want you talking about this on socials, on your Discords. It helps us out. We're trying to educate the world as to why this plan is beautiful. So the $157 is a hurdle. We can, using code YouTube, we can drop the price of the Rapid plan to $97.
Whoa. $97. Let's go. And that's all in costs. No activation fees. $97, guys.
Do we like that?
W's in the chat, guys. You guys like this?
All right, Pine, how many times do you think users can take advantage of the $97? Say
How
one.
many times?
I'm telling you what the right answer is. Say one.
One. Once.
Twice.
All right.
Build your account.
Let's go, guys. Guys, code YouTube. Get that in. $97.
I'm reading the comments here. So let me ask this. Who in this chat has never tried the Rapid plan? I'm looking.
That was a bunch.
All right. For everybody who has not tried the rapid plan, here's the next question. Given what we talked about today, why have you not taken advantage of the $97 offer with code YouTube yet? Help me to understand, because we put a lot of effort into trying to create these plans that work for you all, our processes that work for you all, the support, the promotions. Me, as like, you know, the prop firm guy, thinks this is like the biggest no-brainer. But I want to understand, why have people not taken advantage of it or tried the rapid plan yet? I see some people saying too expensive, people saying they're broke, no money.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's tough, but that's why we're putting it down to 97.
Yeah, that's a great deal.
People can see the beauty of the plan.
Yeah, that's a great deal. I'm gonna pick up some myself. Like I said, everyone in the chat knows I love my daily payouts. So come next week, I want to see some people getting daily payouts in the chat. That's what I want to see. I want to see people saying, hey, I just got a $200 daily payout. I just got $300 daily payout. That's what I want to see.
All right, let me tease something. You're queuing me up, something I was not going to bring up, because this is supposed to be a surprise launch tomorrow. But we are going to be launching a leaderboard for daily payout traders.
Whoa. That's going to be fun. So, guys, one of you guys could be on the leaderboard. That's going to be awesome.
Oh, they will. Could be. Come on, will be.
Will be. That's right. Will be. You guys are going to have to get me off. You're going to have to get me off the top of the leaderboard. That's what I'm going to say right now.
All right. So the way to be eligible to be on the leaderboard, all you have to do is purchase a Rapid account and then trade it.
That's it. So that's going to be fun.
On the leaderboard, we have extra special surprises for you. Not just free accounts or resets or, you know, the basic stuff that you all are used to. But what about custom one-time run merch?
Whoa.
That nobody will get ever, other than this one time that we're running it for the leaderboard.
Nice. Some swag, guys. You get some swag.
So we have the $97 offer, and then we just keep making it more and more beautiful for our lovely audience.
Obviously, Terry Trades in the chat loves the merch. So Terry wants some swag too. Guys, what do you think? That's pretty awesome, right? Want some Tom and Terry t-shirts?
God, my image is so small. I don't know if Magnus can reformat it to look more beautiful.
So there's the promo on the screen, guys. $97 rapid plan. Daily payouts, 90-10 split too, guys. 90-10 split. So that's a pretty good deal as well. You don't see that with daily payout plans. So 90-10 split. So it says code RAPID97, right? Code RAPID97.
RAPID97, or use code YouTube.
Or code YouTube, guys. So
I see some people saying code YouTube coupon not found. So that means code YouTube is not working.
Still not working. Okay, yeah, we'll look into that. We'll get that. Oh, Rapid97 is not found. Okay, we'll try code YouTube. That should be working. Let's see.
All right, I'm looking at this.
Okay, they're not working right now, but we got people behind the scenes getting that fixed, so I'm sure it'll be up and ready Any moment. Says YouTube works for 20% off. Okay. Yeah, they're working on it. Ooh, market's pushing down. Market's finally pushing down here.
Is it pushing? What are you looking at?
It is. I'm looking at NASDAQ. NASDAQ is right back down to that 25,000 level. So, man, I've been saying this for days. If you look at the daily chart, I mean, we are just chopping at the 25,000 level. We just keep going back and forth, back and forth. Just when you think it's going to break out from either to the downside or the upside, it goes right back to the 25,000 level. It is the most bizarre thing. So we've been like this for weeks. Weeks. So hopefully, and it's really surprising too with all the news that has been coming out that it hasn't broken out. But we get the Dow pushing down here, 47,380 actually. So the Dow is looking much weaker while the NASDAQ is still trying to hold up. Will the NASDAQ start to follow? It's trying. But yeah, right at the 25,000, it bounced right at that psych level. So that's what we're seeing right now in the market. But Dow looking very weak at the moment. So how you guys doing? You guys trading today? You guys red or green? I want to know. You guys can hopefully pick up one of those rapid plans and hit 50% on it today. If the market really starts to push, you know, when the volatility starts to pick up, the volatility will pick up if the market starts to take out the low here, I think, after sweeping that high. But it's looking like it wants to push down. It's going right to that Tom Sabo level, the 974s. You got cooked today. So someone asked in the chat how I trade my intraday trailing accounts. What I do is trail my stop. That's kind of the trick, right? If you're in a big trade, let's just say you caught the top here and it's already down 100 points from your entry and you're 100 points in profit, what you want to do is just trail your stop. You don't want it to come back and get you, right? So you just start to trail your stop, and if it comes back and hits your stop, that's okay. You can always hop back in, you know, wait for a little pullback or whatever, hop back in. But yeah, that's how I do it. I don't look for the huge wins and leave my stop at my original stopping point when I have an intraday trailing account. That's one of the tricks that I do. That's pretty much all you can do, right? That's the idea. Yeah, I know, Zeph. Yeah, it's, you know, when you have a news driven market, it's tricky. It can be very tricky. You know, you can pretty much throw technical analysis out the window sometimes because a tweet can come through and just send the market 200-300 points in one direction. So yeah, and then with all the White House press conferences and everything's going on, you know, it's really, really tough to trade. But any oil news soon? Yeah, I'm not really sure. Let's take a look at oil though. Oil is pumping.
Have you traded oil?
I have been trading a little bit of oil recently, and mostly at night. Just looking for my little inside bar scalps, but not during New York though. Not during New York, but mostly during Globex session. I've been trading a little bit of oil.
Wait, what is Globex session? What time is that?
Just starting from 6 p.m. Eastern time. Yep. So as soon as the market reopens, I'll start. I'll trade a little bit of oil. That's when I trade. I'll trade oil and I'll trade gold, silver as well, if the NASDAQ's not moving. And we know like the Dow doesn't really move. ES really doesn't move. So I'll trade a lot of oil, gold, silver during that time. If the Nasdaq's moving, that's my bread and butter. I'll trade Nasdaq, but
All right. Let me ask this to the chat. Did anybody make money on oil in a prop account? Question to the chat. Anybody make money on oil in a prop account? A lot of no's. Oh, we got a yes. Deuce leveraged. Made money trading oil in a prop account. Okay. Coach Fred. Pac-Man. Those are the three. And I think we should just play a little bit of Santa.
let's go.
Users 50K rapid accounts.
Let's go. I know Coach Fred, so that's awesome.
Is he a good guy?
He's a good guy. I think he's been following me since I had like 10 subscribers. So good trader too.
All right, and let me tell you the big news here. Our code stopped working, code YouTube, to bring Rapid from $157 to $97 because it got used so many times that it hit the limit. We just expanded the limit.
Let's go.
So there's more room on that code. And again, that is code YouTube, $97. You can buy an evaluation today and have earned a payout by end of day tomorrow. The fastest pathway to payouts in the industry. We're trying to show people the light, the beauty of the 2-day eval, the simplicity of it, simplicity of earning in the SimFunded stage. Once you clear your buffer, and the ability to request every single day. It's normally $157. We are discounting it down to $97 with code YouTube. You can buy 2 accounts. Again, it literally ran out of uses, and we added more to free it up. Anybody who purchases today using code YouTube is eligible to be on the leaderboard. And once you're on the leaderboard and showing off and earning your daily payouts, if you make it there, you participate in the merch drop.
Let's go. Sounds like a great deal, guys. Get on it. Code YouTube. I think people are liking this. 97 bucks. Let's do it, guys. Get those daily payouts. That's what I say every single day. Get those daily payouts.
All right. And let me ask this.
Mm-hmm.
Who has used code YouTube to buy a $97 rapid plan today? I'll be done with the questions in a minute here. Oh my gosh, so many people are saying they did. Do you know what's crazy?
Let's go.
I'm looking at the stats right now.
Yeah.
There's way more people saying that they used code YouTube to buy the rapid plan than actually did.
Oh, okay. Guys.
Like, we probably have 200 people who said that they bought it, which is funny.
Come on, guys.
And nobody even wished Magnus happy birthday today, which I think is a shame.
Oh, today's Magnus'
Too busy
birthday.
celebrating daily payouts with you all.
Happy birthday, Magnus. Let's go.
Happy birthday, Magnus. Bunch of liars. All right, Pine.
All right.
I will let you get back to your thing.
Okay, cool.
It
This is exciting. It was nice to meet you, Luke.
was nice to meet you too. For everyone, again, code YouTube. Trying to make it very simple for everybody to understand the power of the plan. You've got a limited time here. And let's just have some fun trading.
Awesome, guys. Awesome, Luke. W's in the chat for Luke, guys. All right. So, you know what we got now, guys? We have a feast coming up next. A feast. The myth, the legend. So, I want to thank everyone for being here this morning for my segment. Let's thank Luke. And guys, get that $97 rapid plan. Use code YouTube. And let's welcome a feast to the stage.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Apologize in advance for the mess in the background. I just got back from a trip, so how are we doing today? What a morning we've had in the market so far. Thank you to our previous streamers. That YouTube deal for MyFundedFutures sounds pretty good, actually. So take advantage of that. Maybe we'll have some giveaways if you guys are good today. You know, you guys are active in the chats today. Yeah, how'd you guys do this morning? What a morning we've had. It's CPI today, so a lot of volatility. I took a trade today, actually. I'm going to break it down for you. You can see this market is incredibly choppy, so I'm going to show you exactly how I navigated kind of this tough range, let's say. I mean, for lack of a better word, this is a very tough range trade. So we're going to take a look at that, and then we're going to be doing a bit of an active tape read. I don't see much at the moment, so it's a good time for me to break down my trade. And then maybe closer to the top of the hour, 11, we're going to get, you know, some better price action, or just something that we can look to, you know, trade as well. So let me first start off with breaking down the trade I did take. I took a NASDAQ long this morning, and the concepts today are like really simple. So I'm going to be able to teach you guys something pretty like important, which is known as order pairing ranges. Okay. So look at this. As you know, we always start off with an analysis of all three of our assets. Okay. So this here is called a triad. We have three correlated assets, meaning the highs and lows of these assets are very important to consider in context of one another. Now, look at this. We have this daily candle, which is Tuesday's candle, right? We have the high, we have the low. Now, the reason why I mark out the high and the low is because this candle is largely a consolidation, right? Look, we trade off of our high and off of our low in the same day, right? So it's not an inside bar. However, we do take out the high, and we have a fairly large wick at the low as well. So I'm marking out the previous day's high and low, and I'm looking to see if there's any sort of reaction, right, from this low or this high, essentially, okay? And when I look at this range, it really makes my entire technical analysis ability, you know, much more streamlined. I'm only looking at two levels. So look at this, guys. Let's hop down a time frame and look at this daily candle. As you can see in this current daily candle, we have done absolutely, really, you know, nothing but consolidate. So if I marked out to you the daily open, this is 6 p.m., okay? We're going to look at price in relation to this daily candle opening right here. And you can really see how range bound we are. So when we have price opening, right, near our daily open, and we do not have expansion away from it on either side, right? We don't have any expansion in this market, you know, away from the daily open. What I'm looking for is some manipulation of the lows or highs to trade to the other side of the range. So what we see here is exactly that. So look at what happens here on the open. We see our Dow Jones, so this is YM, come in and take out this low. We're going to use the replay function. I'm going to show you I'm going to post my executions on Twitter and whatnot like I always do, so you'll be able to see that. But you can see we take the range low here at 9 a.m. And more importantly, what you're noticing is that this asset here is decoupled, right? So we're trading YM lower while NASDAQ trades higher. So I'm thinking that because of the distance between this low and this low, NASDAQ can realistically reach in higher, potentially even to this high after YM sweeps out this low. So I have to find a way to get involved with that move, right? That's the hardest part. Here's where we use the same logic I use pretty much every single segment with you. So look at this. Here's our open, okay? We have 9:30 opening here. As you notice, look at the difference between these assets at 9:30, right? So while YM is trading into a low, this 4-hour low, NASDAQ is expanding away from that same low. This is likely to form some sort of SMT or divergence of this market, right? So it's pretty simple. All we have to do is wait and see the reaction of this low. So that's what I did. I wait to see how we react at this low. And look at this, okay? While YM pairs the low, NASDAQ trades into a gap. Now, if you guys have seen my segment before, right? Here's pretty much the same, right, universal approach we take every single time we trade away from a gap, right? We look for some sort of sequence inside this gap. So look at this. NASDAQ is retracing price into a discount of this range. Look, if I mark out the high to the low, we're trading back into a discount. We're failing to manipulate this high, meaning we don't see NASDAQ. This is our data high. This is our CPI high. We're not seeing NASDAQ manipulate this data high to go lower, indicated, right, with some candle closure through this high. And then we print a gap, which becomes a new invalidation. So in this candle is where I look to get long, right? Also, the S&P has a gap as well, right? Which shows me that this market is also expanding away from this low, okay? Now, it's a bit tricky in here because you can see the ES has failure swings at these lows. However, if you notice, right, we're seeing this expansion higher with a gap printed. So we have a new invalidation, okay? We have a new range to look for price to create a swing, okay? So this low is very suspect. However, the gap gives us a new, right, intracandle invalidation. Now, as NASDAQ trades into this gap, I see YM take out the range low. So what is that called? You guys all know this if you've watched my segment enough, right? You guys should all know this by now. We're forming divergence, right? This is called SMT divergence. And if you look at the higher time frame candles here, you're going to see, right? Look at this candle trade very high in its range while this asset is trading below these lows. So this SMT divergence that we're forming here is the basis for me to look for a long on NASDAQ, right? Towards what? Well, what do we have in the market, guys? Highs, right? Failure swings. Look at this. Look at the space between these highs, okay? If the market's going to reverse, I don't want to see a reversal off of a high that looks like this, right? That is not ideal. Just like I wouldn't want to see a reversal off of a low that looks like this. Okay? So this in here becomes my new invalidation for this candle to do something like this. And I actually was targeting all the way up here to this high. Didn't get quite there, but I managed to take some partials off and secure around 2R, which is just 2 risk units, right? So hop down to a lower time frame here as we trade into the gap. Okay. Again, I have my draw on liquidity. That's where I want to see price trade into here. Okay. So we trade into this gap right here. And now all I'm looking for is to see some sort of reaction in this gap to go higher. So look, let me pull up some higher time frame candles here. This asset's trading into the gap. This asset finally sweeps out that low. I'm thinking this asset can reverse off the low, and this asset can expand out of the gap, right? So they can both start moving together again, which is very good because as long as I get a sequence and an invalidation, I can trade this. So look at this. As soon as we come into the gap, I'm monitoring the reaction in here. And you can see there's a very strong reaction. Also, I want to mark out this high on the S&P 500 as well. These are all failure swings. Okay, so I have a really nice draws on liquidity on all my assets, at least these two. So what I need to see is price close through this opposing candle like this. Okay, so I get it on the S&P. a valid trade would be something like this, right? Which is around 4R or 3.8R. Now, the reason why I take NASDAQ here is simply because I look at this range, right? Look at this. NASDAQ is retracing into around equilibrium of this range. Look at the S&P. It's a far deeper retracement. Do you see that? If I expand this out, you're going to see the S&P comes much deeper in its range, showing me that this asset is actually a weaker asset. And this asset is actually a stronger asset. And because I can see that relationship, I want to trade the stronger asset here, okay? So it's simple logic to choose which asset to trade. So I'm waiting for a closure here. And there we go. We get a closure through here, and I print a gap. Well, that's nice. This is showing me the market is displacing higher. All I have to do is set a limit at the gap, cover the low, and I'm targeting, right, this high. I'm also really targeting up here, okay? That was the reality of where I wanted to see price go. So as you can see, price tags me into the market. I can show you my execution that looks like this. I'll post my executions of NinjaTrader, right, on Twitter or on my YouTube later. So I'll just show you here and maybe a replay if I can set a limit. What it looks like. We're just entering at the gap, right? We're gonna put our stop loss at this swing low, and we're gonna target this high. Now I also was partialing some contracts out at this high. As you can see, price expands into our high. So we take something off here, right? And then we close. So we take something off here, right? And then we put our rest of our position to break even. I actually trailed the rest of my position to, I'll show you. Here, this low. So once we retraced, I wanted to see price expand away again. Look at this logic. I don't want to see a deep retracement, right? So look at this range. Right. Once we create a swing in EQ and start to expand away, I want this trailed level to hold. So I just put my stop loss here. This would be a trail. And I get trailed out on the rest of my contracts below that low, right? And you can see it actually saves me in this case because price ends up reversing, right? So we end up taking out these highs and then we end up kind of trading all the way back down to the low. So as you can see, this market here is extremely choppy. This is what's known as a, if I show you on a higher time frame, as a seek and destroy type of market. And a seek and destroy type of market looks like this. It's a form of accumulation, right? Where the market takes out highs and takes out lows, but it fails to close, right, above the range high and low. So we're seeing this type of seek and destroy, right? It's very choppy. It's more of an accumulation, and you can see on the higher time frame, it's kind of consistent with what the higher time frame is doing as well, which is just accumulating here, right? So this is why, you know, in these ranges, it's very difficult to trade. And I always preach, you know, demanding more of a continuation trade from a gap when you're trading inside of these ranges because it's higher probability, right? If you can wait for these gaps to form, at least it shows you direction of the market. Okay, so that was the trade I took on the NASDAQ this morning. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get my final draw. You can see I would have liked to get up to here. Maybe we do get up to here by the end of the day. But, you know, it's a base hit. It's around 2R. There was a there was SMT, right? So the trade I take is right here with SMT inside the gap. And our SMT is with the range low. So this is the entry function, right? If we align our higher time frame candles with this entry function, you're going to see. Look at the 4-hour candles, my friend. We are creating, right, an SMT right here, the current low of the day. So we have an SMT, and we also have, right, this 4-hour low being paired as well, the range low. So my SMT looks like this, right, all the way down to there, right? And then we have this 15-minute very spaced out divergence where we see this asset trading into a gap. So those two combinations, those confluences, right, allow us to look for that lower time frame signature. And again, the logic is quite simple here. If YM is going to form a low here and allow NASDAQ to expand, it needs to be from this low. Look left. Do you guys see anything relevant in this leg? Pay attention to this market alone. Is there any relevant levels below here other than this low down here? No, right? So look at the distance between these lows. If YM is going to form a reversal, it has to be at that low. Or you could say inside of this higher time frame gap, right? Now you can see price trades into the midpoint of this gap. It has to form its low there. So this confluence allows me to look for the leading asset, right? While YM maybe forms a low here, to expand, especially towards this high. It's just a failure swing. That's why we can look for that signature, right? We see that divergence. And again, what's most important to consider, my friend, is this. NASDAQ is in a premium market here. It's expanding away from it, right? It's expanding away from this gap. All I need to do is see a signature that gets me to that high, which is as simple as a change in the state of delivery and a gap being printed. Okay. So I wait for the gap here. And I just long at the gap. I just literally, I'll put my executions on Twitter. I'll post everything. I just literally long the gap. And I get enough RR covering the low to get to my high, which is up here. Right? It's about 3R. I take off about, 2/3 of my contracts here. I'm holding some for this high. Unfortunately, I don't get the high. As you can see, price comes back down. And it's, again, very high resistance, right? So you wouldn't expect price to trade, as a failure swing of 30 points, but instead retrace, 200 points. So yeah, it's good. It's good to mitigate your risk here. And that's why I simply trail my stop loss to around this 1.5R level here. So then you can see in total, I capture, 2R or 3R on half my contracts, and then around, 1.5R on the rest. The average there is around 2R, right? So it's very nice. Not terrible, good risk management. Unfortunately, we don't get to the high, and that's a part of the game. But these are, again, like I said, the types of conditions where you want to be very careful about holding, when we're very, very choppy, we're very range bound. And the best way I can show you is the daily profile doesn't support expansion. So if I was going to show you a daily candle, guys, it doesn't support expansion, right? Look, we open, and you can see we manipulate low, but we don't take out any. Look at these failure swings. Right, we have failure swings. Now we also have these highs, which are also failure swings, right? So for me, neither of these daily profiles are aligned to expand. What I would like to see is something like this, right? Price take out the low with some divergence and then expand away so I can trade a continuation or trade some sort of trend, right? In here, I just have consolidation. That's all it is. So it's not a very nice daily profile for the most part, right? So that's kind of what I was seeing on the indices today. Nothing amazing. We can look at some other assets. We can look at gold and we can look at silver. Again, right? More or less the same, honestly, right? You could see. Look at this low down here. We sweep this low out, and we can see gold's reacting off the low, right? So we have this range. And many failure swings in this market, right? So again, on the higher time frame, what am I seeing for gold? We're trading into a gap here. So this is really much setting up nicely to maybe trade continuation away from this gap. I just want to see some displacement now, right? So look, you can see we've diverged at the previous day low. Now we can look to the other side of the range. Up here, right? This high. We can align a daily profile with that logic. So at 6 a.m., we trade lower. Here's where we form that divergence. Now I'm looking to see if I have a reversal signature in here. Yeah, we could actually see something very nice on gold. So we can see in this daily gap, we have this precision swing point, right? That is confirming this low with SMT in the gap. So we could trade away from this at 10 a.m. Okay, so we see that reversal down here. We see a gap getting printed. Like this. And we have lots of these draws. I mean, look at these failure swings. Okay. So you'd be looking maybe to target the range high here, like this high and even this high up here. It's actually not a bad look on gold. All right, so look at 10 a.m. Where is 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. opens. We create this gap. We're retracing into this gap, forming some sort of lower time frame divergence. You can see we get this change in the state of delivery here. It's not a bad idea, right? And you'd be targeting all the way up to here, right? It's a really good RR. What you want to see here is expansion now away from this, right? You want to see expansion away from this low on gold. So you want to see, price trade through these highs. The issue here is that silver, it looks quite bearish still, right? So if you look at silver here, it's just consolidating here, right? We've yet to like trade through these highs, right? That SMTI, we've yet to change delivery state. So silver is really just bearish here and kind of accumulating. Now, if you look left, it's got to form its low here and expand away from it, or else we're going to trade into these lows down here, right? So I think the gold look here is not bad actually, because gold is definitely the relative strength leader here with some clear displacement away, right? We have this gap. I just don't like silver. I like to see silver strength return into the market. Like if we're going to trade away from this low, I like to see silver gain strength, which I don't see at the moment, right? In fact, silver still looks weak. And again, all these failure swings, right? They don't need to be taken out now. You can be taken out when silver reverses. So maybe silver wants to trade into this low here, right? Maybe silver wants to trade into this low. This here is a bearish expansion candle, right? So it's a little bit of a mixed bag here on metals for sure. But there is a mechanical framework to get involved. And that mechanical framework looks like this, right? Entering on this change in the state of delivery. Keeping your stop loss at that low in the gap, and then targeting all of these highs. So we'll see. We'll see if price gets up into there. I just don't like what I'm seeing on silver here, so I would stay out of this personally, right? But it's quite mechanical. Look at YM now. Okay. So now we're seeing at the lows here. We're getting some reaction back into the range, which is very nice. Again, I still think NASDAQ should hit these highs, personally. There's no reason for NASDAQ to trade away from these highs. But you can see, like, trading away from the failure swings on ES here, dude. It's very tough, right? So we have some sort of SMT forming, and we actually have a strength switch now, where you're seeing this asset here on the 1 hour chart, right? Close as a bullish candle, right? And this asset closes a bearish candle. So we have this. Right, this here is very interesting because we could trade higher from there. Right, so maybe NASDAQ keys off of this here. Right, so look at that change in this day of delivery into that low. Okay, closing through this candle. This would be another valid entry. Right, same look, same draw. Right, another 3R idea right there. It's actually very good. It's actually a very good look. I didn't see that. I already took the same look earlier, right? So, but for me, it's just a failure swing at the high. So we wouldn't want to trade away from this high on NASDAQ. The low here on ES, we can trade away from because we have this divergence that you just pointed out. Right, like this. And this is a strength switch, right? So this in here is the weaker asset gaining strength off the lows, right? Again, I just don't like the profile here, guys, right? Like it's trading away from failure swings on this asset and this asset, right? So for me, it's just lower probability. We also have a strength switch at the highs where this asset, which is bullish, right, closes as a bearish candle off of these highs. So both sides of the market can be framed. That's the issue, which is why you won't see me taking like this trade in here. It's two-sided, right? I'd rather wait for a new continuation, right? So I'd rather wait for like, you know, price to form a gap on this market and then trade higher or something like that. At the moment, I can see ES easily reaching into these lows. And I can see NASDAQ wanting to trade to these highs. And I can see YM kind of in no man's land, right? Like, I don't think it's going to get down to here necessarily, but it's very far away from the same highs right up here. So we're kind of just in this no man's land here. So it really comes down to if ES wants to take that low. These are types of conditions I try to avoid, guys. Right, there's not a lot of high probability signatures I can form inside of these ranges. I just wait. What I liked was this morning, the signature that formed in the morning at 10 a.m. to get to these highs was very, very nice. Again, just simple, right? Like there was a gap, we had an expansion away from it in lower time frame, and we had really obvious highs to draw into. So that's typically what I'd prefer to trade. In here, we'll see. Right, you can frame both sides of the market. Look. Look at this. We have a divergence that looks like this, all the way with these highs. This one. All right, and then we have this bullish asset closing bearish, and then we have a divergence at the lows with this bearish asset closing bullish. So it's kind of a coin toss, right? All I know is that ES has failure swings here. Like look how many failure swings we have. Want to count them? 1, 2, 3, 4 failure swings. Okay. So if I was going to choose a direction, it'd be towards the lows. But for NASDAQ, right, we now have this failure swing. So it's literally no man's land. This is like, don't touch this in here. I will wait for, if this candle wants to show me, it will go higher. It will print something like a new gap. And I can trade that, right? Likewise, I want to see this asset reverse if we're going to trade away from these lows. Right now, we're just in no man's land. Look at the lower time frame, guys. We are in no man's land here. Right? So that's that's definitely how I consider some of my analysis. I know it's kind of boring to just sit here and watch it, but I have conflicting biases. Did you guys take any trades today? Who here took any trades today? And what did you trade? I'm curious to see if you guys took anything like post CPI. Me? What'd you trade? Thank you for the support, man. I appreciate that a lot. What am I expecting for gold? See, for gold and for silver, look at this. What I want to wait for is I want to wait for silver to show me. I'm gonna click on the chart. I want to wait for silver to show me a reversal signature out of here. Again, it's very similar to what we're seeing on the indices with YM. So look at silver here and then look at YM. We're at this low, but we're not really forming any reversal signature in here, right? It's just kind of chopping. That's a continuation signature. And this is why I'm not trading that gold expansion higher, because in here, yes, gold has all these failure swings, but silver, the correlated asset, is not showing me a willingness to trade higher, dude. Right? Like, it's just like this market is very, very bearish still. Like, it's just trading lower, right? So we need to see that reversal. In the same way that I would require YM to really show me that reversal here. Right now, consolidation, clearly, right? NASDAQ is the more bullish asset here for sure. But if I look down the lower time frames, the signatures I'm getting in here on the lower time frames are not going to be consistent with any sort of high probability trade, right? Look at this. Look at this range, dude. I don't want to trade that. Even NASDAQ, right? Like, we're forming, when we form divergences at highs and with lows, right? Highs and with lows, that's a sign of an accumulating market. Okay? And you can see it. So what I want to do is I want to wait for these higher time frame levels. I really want to see if ES wants to take out this low down here. Hafiz, how do you know if it's not SMT, but it's just a lagging asset? It depends on the phase of price, right? So in here, you can see this SMT that forms at the high here. Look at this. This is likely to be a reversal because this asset here, right, puts in the failure swing, and this asset closes off of the high. So look at the phase of price. Look what happens inside this wick, okay? We're going to zoom in. I'm going to zoom into here. Going in a lower time frame, right? You're seeing expansion, met with expansion. So this SMT, right, may not necessarily hold. I don't know why ES is lagging out like that. I reload my screen. Right? This SMT may hold because this asset is reversing, right? It's reversing. So you can see then ES comes in, we form another SMT at the lows. It's all just failure swings, dude. For me at this point in time, I need more context. I need more clarity because I'm seeing too many divergences in the market on either side. This is a sign of accumulation, okay? So there's nothing high probable for me. This is typically where I'll like lose trades if I push the button inside of these ranges. CPI did kind of suck today. It was kind of lackluster. I mean, dude, the entire range we're in on the higher time frame is a bit tricky, right? Like I mean, guys, look at this. Right? Compare this. Compare what you're seeing here. To actually, this, and now look at this. Let's look at like November. Okay? Compare this price action that you're seeing in here to something like this. Do you see the difference? Like clearly trending market. Really easy to take trades like in the direction here. This is where you can get really high probability trades because you're trending. Even this isn't bad. Right? You're trending. Where it becomes difficult, guys, when you start to get stuck in these ranges, okay? This is not bad in here. Now, here's where it gets a little bit sloppy. December, January, and now especially February. You see this range has tightened up a lot. Look how tight the range has got here, right? We couldn't break through the low. So I'm going to show you this current month. Now look at this low. An inability to break out of this range. That is very telling. Look, price comes right back into the range. Very, very hard to trade these types of markets, right? Even intraday becomes more difficult. It becomes possible because because they're looking for lower time frame stuff, but it is not easy. So you do have to remember that if you zoom out, price does give you cleaner price action. Like this is what you want to make sure you're saving your capital for. Even this, right? These ranges are the tough ones, guys. Look at this. You're gonna notice there's seasonality. Look, January to April. Look here. January, right? This time it was January just to March, right? Like end of December, got some accumulation. So it's seasonal, right? It happens frequently in the first quarter. If I use a quarterly chart, you're gonna see that. It's actually probably the best way to show you. Look, the first month or the first 3 months of the year, you can see we're accumulating either side of the range, right? Accumulating either side of the range. Where's the previous January? Here's the previous January. This is actually more of an expansion candle. Right, so sometimes you're going to see these tighter ranges like in there and in here. You want to be careful, right? And wait to trade these expansions. It's not always easy. It's definitely not always easy, guys. The market's not always equal opportunity, for sure. There's opportunities every day, but you have to be very patient with them, right? In the case of something like today, though, guys, once I see NASDAQ putting the failure swing at the high and ES putting the failure swing at the low, it's just a waiting game, dude, right? 2 levels. Look, I have all my important levels marked out. And I'm waiting to see reactions. Now, do I see a reaction here that's a reversal? Nope. Right? There's no reaction that's giving me a reversal signature at that low. So I can't really trade it, right? So I just wait. I'm patient. It's one of the most important skills in trading is filtering out the conditions that don't align with your model, right? Accumulation doesn't align with my model very well. So what we are seeing is that ES may come into these lows. We'll see. I mean, how many failure swings have we left so far, guys? Look. I mean, look at all these lows, right? You really, really don't want to trade away from them. So I think this is a pretty volatile candle. We can potentially see if ES wants to trade into those. So watch that 6.7, 6.2 level. What a drop. I know. Look, it just decided on kind of a hairpin to go lower. I mean, look at this signature in here, right? This is consolidation. So when we expand, then we consolidate, right? That's not a reversal signature. It looks like this, right? That's why we can see these other assets come into the low. The problem is that it's just really, really high resistance. Like, look at high resistance means like you want to see candles deliver like this. You don't want to see them deliver like this. Okay, which you're seeing in here. See? Deep retracements and whatnot. Look how deep this retracement is to the high. Right? It's more like accumulation than anything. I don't pick the winners, guys. All you gotta do is show up. Like I said last time, if you show up, you have a very good chance of winning. There's a couple hundred people here. You have a very good chance of winning. You can see, right? So gold in here does not respect that swing. And look at silver. It's not reversing, right? So this is why when we ever reconsider these levels, right? You want to look at if the asset that's manipulating is reversing. If not, it might just continue lower. It looks very similar here to YM. Like, look at YM. Very similar, right? It's not reversing, so it might just continue lower. What a snooze fest of a day in the indices market, though, guys. Seriously. I thought we'd actually break out of this range today, to be honest. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for CPI to do something for this weekly candle. I mean, look at the weekly candle, guys. Right, it's because Monday was such a large range. You see Monday's candle? It's majority of this weekly range. Look. So after this, you can kind of expect some choppiness, right? I mean, look at how large that Monday range is. It's kind of can be anticipated to some extent. But I thought we'd get some more action on CPI. This is a really, really gross CPI. I want to hear more about what you guys have traded today, though. I want to know like how you guys have experienced. Anyone like do very well today? How have you guys been trading over the past month, dude? How have you guys been trading in this range? Has it been harder or easier than usual? Took an L trade on gold. I got chopped hard, sadly. Yeah, you took those gold longs, got out daily open. Horrible. Up 1K, not bad. I mean, dude, if you're managing your risk inside of this range, you're doing a good job. So I've been trading for, I've been trading for 5-6 years. Holy, 6 years now. And this is one of the hardest conditions of trading I've seen. Yeah. Like, honestly, it's not easy. I've been telling my students this too. I teach my own students, and I've been telling them, like, in these ranges, it's not easy to trade. And if you're learning in this environment, you're going to be learning in a tough environment, which is, it's good. It's teaching you discipline, because it's very easy to get chopped up and lose your mental, for sure. Since Trump became president, has been choppy. There's also a lot of volatility right now with geopolitics. So we've been seeing, like, if you guys look at something like crude oil, sometimes when you have geopolitical events, you get moves like this, right? I mean, this is very hard, right, to trade from a technicals perspective when you have geopolitical events driving price, right, like higher and lower. I mean, these are harder moves to trade, not based on the fact that they don't respect your logic, but also just because there's so much volatility, right, in the markets for some assets. So what I want to see, guys, now what I'm paying attention to is this 4 hour, right? Again, I have 2 lines on my chart. We're about to engage one potentially. Do you set your stop? How do you set your stop loss? So for me, I'm always going to be putting my stop loss at the invalidation of my trade, right? So for example, on the long I took here, the invalidation of my trade is going to be the swing point. So I would enter and put my stop loss at the invalidation. This is where my sequence forms. I look for something like a reversal or continuation sequence. I get this is the lower time frame. You call this the signature. Once I get my signature to get involved in price, I have my invalidation, which is right here, which is always going to be a swing point. And it's usually going to have SMT, or almost always it will have SMT divergence. So once I get that invalidation there, and I always have a target, right? So in this case, my target's going to be highs and lows. And for this trade, right, my target was up here around these highs, and then also this high up here. So that's always where I'll, have my stop loss. Is going to be my invalidation for my model. So this here is essentially my model. Okay. And it's based on, aligning the time frames and whatnot, the way we've been talking about. Am I missing a candle here? I am missing a candle there. My ES decided not to print 1111. Do you guys see that? That's hilarious. I don't get that 1111 1 minute candle. Yeah, you guys are learning in tough environments if you're starting to learn, but this is the type of This is the type of price action that will teach you discipline for sure. Will reinforce some good habits. I know it's tough. Like there's no way to sugarcoat it. But if you've been trading for a long time, you know it's not always like this, right? Right, so we can see in here that price forms this divergence at the high, and it ends up being the high of ES here, right? Despite the failure swing, and we start to trade lower off of this. And you can see we have our cracks of correlation that support that idea, right? So if you were trading ES towards the lows here, which is a valid trade, because this asset's not reversing, you look at this. We have this asset here, which is bullish, and it closes a down close candle. So this is a strength switch. Oops. Okay. So now you'd be thinking that this asset can trade into these lows potentially. And you want to wait for a reversal signature to form inside of this wick. You want to see that, validate that. So you want to see that V shape? Look how messy this signature is, right? Yes, we get that. V shape. The problem is look how deep this retracement is, right? You would not expect price to trade all the way back up into this high if you're going to, in fact, after leaving a swing at the low, right? So look at when the new hourly candle opens here. This is going to be 11 a.m. You'd want to see this candle, right? Trade lower. And look in here, right? Nasdaq's inside of this gap here, but it's such a deep retracement against the current, right, high. Such a deep retracement. It's hard to get involved here. It just opens, right? Trades lower, and you have to take this entry. It's this 3 minute. You have to take, you have the only chance you can take this trade if you're bearish is like right here. And I don't really like the trade given the failure swings at the highs, right? So it would look like that. You get around 1.6 hours, right, to your draw. Wait for a retest like this. So that's only way I could see trading the S&P short here, and it's not ideal. Like you're not gonna see me take trades that offer these very, very deep retracements. I don't like that, right? As you can see, the trade I took, guys, has way less of a retracement. Look. Where is the trade? Look at the difference, right? Look at this retracement here. That's a really good signature. This is how I know that price is expanding, because expanding markets don't have deep retracements, right? Look, shallow retracement into the key level. Now look how quickly we form that reversal. Boom, in, out, right? That is a really nice signature for me. This I like to trade because for me, that's expansion with expansion and shallow retracement. Target the highs. Here on ES, we reverse. We reverse here. Okay. I don't know why it's not showing me this candle. We reverse here. All is well and good. And then we come all the way back up into the high, right? Come all the way back up into this premium market. And look at this. Look at the failure swings again. Do you see this? Like imagine shorting ES here. And now what are we putting in, guys? Another failure swing. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 failure swings. This is not the type of market profile you want to be trading. It's as simple as that. But it takes, right? It takes some mechanical filters. And one of those mechanical filters I gave you right now was these deep retracements. So when you see these deep retracements, you have an understanding that price is less likely to do this. It's more likely to do this, right? And you can get stopped out on these deep retracements, okay? Brutal one. It's really brutal if you're targeting these lows. For anyone shorting ES, my sympathy is with you, man. It should really reach that low. Of course, you would assume that, right? But it was bad PA indeed. But learning how to filter it out is important, right? When we filter it out, it's very important. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please give a like. And there is a code that you can use, YouTube, that's going to get you probably one of the best and cheapest funded account evals in the game right now. So yeah, use code YouTube. You get rapid accounts for like $95, which is like crazy. That's like one of the best deals you can get, honestly. So I traded with MyFundedFutures the rapid accounts as well. It's great because they do a 90-10 payout splits, and you get payouts on day one. So it's really good if you want to just get some consistent base hit payouts. It's really, really, really solid. This is a micro scalping market. Absolutely. I hope you guys are learning that you don't have to trade this, right? For my segment. I know it's like more fun to take trades for sure. But a part of the game is capital preservation, right? Not taking trades is sometimes harder than taking trades. So we're gonna have Methodical Man and Bull Barbie coming up in the next couple minutes here. Maybe they'll be able to catch something. I hope. I'm gonna watch their segment as well. See if the price action clears up a bit. Realistically, guys, when price is very, very choppy in the morning session, what I like to wait for is a new higher time frame candle opens. So look at this. You see how this 4-hour candle here is like really choppy in terms of how it's leaving the failure swings? I want to wait for a new 6-hour candle to open. Look at this. A new 6-hour candle is going to open at 12 p.m. Okay. So at this new 6-hour candle open, I want to see if price wants to do something like this. Open, low, high close, or open, high, low close. At that 12 p.m. open, I'm going to have a much higher time frame, perspective to consider. So there should be a better move because this one, if I look at this candle, right? Boy, oh boy, is this candle doing nothing, right? So wait, right? So wait for this. Maybe at 12 p.m., we'll get something that looks like this. And we can see NASDAQ diverge and then trade higher. Or we'll get something that looks like this. And we'll see ES diverge and then trade lower. But we'll get some more direction. Right now, look at the range, right? Not ideal for you guys. Not ideal for anybody to be trading this. So hopefully at 12, something clears up. I'm going to hop off for the rest of the day after my segment. For me, it's like easy filters, guys. Right? The minute I see deep retracements, if I see a low and then I see deep retracements into it, that's an immediate red flag, right? Where I see a high and I see a failure swing, right? And this deep retracement, it's unlikely to deliver in any fashion that I want to be involved in. Okay. I'm going to hand off my segment to Methodical and Bull Barbie. Have a good stream, guys. It was a pleasure as always, and I will see you guys all on Wednesday of next week. Okay? Take care. Be safe. And yeah, I'll see you soon.
Go insane, legend just logged in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and Methodical Man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stocks freeze and profits obey when these two trade.
She's quiet.
Good morning.
Oh, there she is. Good morning. What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Oh, I'm looking to enter this right here. Yeah, it just tagged me in. I'm feeling a little brave.
You're short, long?
Long.
Oh, I'm short.
Uh-oh.
I'm short off the pre-orb here.
I'm trying to bounce the ES low. I'm front running the idea that NASDAQ isn't going to, but we'll see. So I'm just in well, I was an average. I'm in 2 micros now, so it's not a big deal. But there's not much going on to do, so this is all I could think of.
Yeah, I like we got triple equal lows down here, 893s. So I'm going to kind of just scale out of this on the way down.
Yeah, you're getting yours. I'm gonna stop out if we get. Oh, I'm about to like kind of here. If we hold below the 67.60. I actually had just moved my stop and it didn't quite get it, but it's in danger.
I want to see us just expand through here.
Of course you do, because you're short.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Get through that in 10 area. I'll probably go stop to break even. I'm gonna leave a little runner, I guess. I don't even know if it's really even worth leaving a runner, to be honest. Probably not.
That was my stop.
All right, I'm just down to 2. Down to 2. I shorted here because if I'll show you in a minute, the pre-orb broke, and we got triple equal lows
I
below.
bounced the spot twice already today, so I'm trying to get that third. It's not happening. This is new.
I'm gonna throw my stop in here, break even, plus a few. Plus 7. Take one off at 9.10 and let's see if that runner can do some work. Actually, I'm going to take one off there. Let's go. Now we're just going to put the runner at break even. We have bounced in this area 3 times. We have.
Well, I didn't get my third bounce. I guess no, technically we did get 3. I didn't do that little one. I got the pre-market one and then a little piece of the later one, but yeah, this third one's not happening.
What up, Bear Trader, Moises, Abhishek? How you guys doing this morning? H Trades, let's go. How about them ledges? That's right. Ledges last night. Oh, go ahead.
The way to hit this morning was to get your hits in and then recognize that price action was a little bit crazy and get cautious.
Yeah, for sure. You know what, man? I really want to give this some room. Do I do it?
We're gonna YOLO this one.
Well,
there goes that stop.
Yeah, it's not a YOLO. I just want a 52, 62, so 67 stop, 67.
67, yeah.
Little 6-7 stop here, giving it 25 points.
That's if we get back above that spot where I stopped out, what I was really looking at on ES is the previous day low, 62.50, 67, 62.50.
Well, to be fair, I am shorting very, very low. But the reason I'm shorting is because of the breakout of the pre-orb. We got no trade today because it broke out pre-market.
Oh, no.
But so we got triple equal lows below. I'm just expecting those to be taken. But they've not been taken on the last 2 runs lower. So you really don't know here. It might not happen. Might not happen. I'm going to give it a little bit of room here. We started with 5 micros. Actually, we started with 10. We took 5 off at 15, and then you saw we just scaled out there. So
my whole idea is just like we've been chopping. Well, on ES, it's between 67, 68, and 68.20, but really 6,800 for today anyway. And so my idea was just that maybe we continue to chop in there. I know we have Trump on the schedule after the close. He's supposed to be talking about the economy and prescription drugs. He never gets off task. So
didn't he wasn't he speaking this morning earlier as well, or like around
there
10?
were some quotes. Yeah, that crazy candle like 10:05 or something, right? Yeah. He said that the basically like they've hit all the good stuff in Iran, running out of good stuff to bomb.
They don't got much going on.
And then there was some, I guess, some crude news, but
guys, if you haven't already hit the like button, let's go.
Obviously.
And also, I'm assuming you guys saw the new drop, the promotion this morning that dropped on the rapid plan there. Pretty solid, $97.
Yeah, that's for everybody, new and existing customers.
Exactly.
YouTube.
Exactly.
We got the European style date on there. So it expires March 17th.
Is my stop correct? It's not correct. It should be 56 divided by 2 is what? 20? That's 25.5. No, that's right. So yeah, it should be what? 60, like 66, 68. All right.
I had to go back old school and draw some boxes on my chart.
You went the methodical man way and drew a couple of boxes?
Well, I don't know if it's methodical man. I draw when I'm having a hard time like visualizing how big these ranges are. I draw a box so I know where 10 points is and I know where 20 points is.
Guys, did you hear that Bull Barbie has now switched over to ICT?
Oh yeah, full time.
She's marking out fair value gaps.
Drinking the Kool-Aid.
She's going to start wearing a tinfoil hat, all the things. So let's go. So getting a decent reaction out of that area there. Let's see if we can push down here. The reason I'm
watching the previous day low on ES, which is the 62, but you're still bearish.
Yeah. Well, I just want to get these equal lows taken. Once I get these equal lows, I think we can anything can happen. So
we didn't quite get that low on NASDAQ, huh?
Nope. And that's not a good reaction here, but that's also why I'm scaled out. What are you doing, Max? Max is like running around the room. What's going on, bud?
It's time for laps. Keep up.
You see something? So I would pick him up, but he's been kind of yelping a little bit when you pick him up, because I don't know if he's like...
You broke Max?
He's tender somewhere. I don't know where.
Don't break Max.
So I try not to. The Tom Sabo guaranteed box strategy. That's right. 56 divided by 2 is 28. Okay, so 970 would be the stop. Oh, thank you. Wait. Is that true? I'm going to go with that.
You don't trust anything, do you?
Listen, math is hard. I break out the calculator. I don't do any type of if it's not poker related, I can't figure it in my head. Well, for somebody,
I think they are trying to bring this up here, y'all.
I can figure poker, pot odds and how many outs I got and things like that and what's the percentage, but I can't do that when it comes to trading.
They're struggling, but the bulls are trying to show up here in the lower 60s.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If 67.70 recovers on ES, I'm going to get stopped 100%. So I know that. But I don't mind the trade, though. Like I said, we're already scaled down 90% of our position. So guaranteed profits here. Can't lose. So let's go.
There you go.
Can't lose. Max not approving the runner. He must not be. So... But yeah, the pre-orb this morning. So here's the thing, guys. There was no trade on it this morning. It broke out before the market opened, and we had a clear draw on liquidity, right? We had a data wick from CPI. If you look to the left here at 25.056.
Were you a little disappointed in that CPI candle though? It's kind of like wah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect much, to be honest. I didn't even trade it.
I didn't either, but I did get that bounce after.
But you can see the market pushed out of the pre-orb this morning at 9:22. And forward testing wise, we're 5 out of 6 when we push out pre-market. So it's won 5 out of the last 6 times. That's not something that I ever back tested on the pre-orb. So I've only noticed it in forward testing. I am going to go back the last 60 days. And I'm going to look and see how many times it broke out pre-market and what the win percentage is.
Some homework for you.
Yeah, if it holds, I mean, if it's 65, 70%, then I'm going to start taking that trade pre-market. So
I like it. Good idea.
Yeah. If your data shows that that you can tweak something, then you should tweak it. So that's what we're going to do.
That's correct. We've had the same thing because we run iron condors in my group too. I know there's not a lot of iron condor traders here, but this market's been a little volatile for iron condors, so we had to rethink that whole plan too.
So I did end up taking another trade on my funded accounts. I am up $115. Nothing crazy.
Just a couple of the kids get to eat.
Yeah, $115, and then we locked them out. So gold last night did go 6 for 6, I believe. It was either 5 for 5 or 6 for 6. I can't remember exactly. So
we need the exact.
We'll show you guys in a few minutes. One of the trades was
You're
a bit
working that ledge trade, right? On the gold.
Yeah. One of the trades was a little bit of a pucker. It pulled back 14.9 points.
Ooh.
And as you know, our stop on the gold trade is 15. So it was very, very close to stopping us out, but didn't quite get there. That's about as close as you can get without doing it, I'd say. So let's see here. I'm going to try to pull up my gold chart.
I'm still looking to see if we're going to potentially get a reversal down here on ES, just because it's kind of been that spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the position already, so I'm just waiting. If it stops me out, no big deal. If it doesn't, no big deal. You know, we'll even better if it doesn't.
I will say though, normally I would have shut this operation down by now. It's kind of because I'm here and I can take this in really small and micros that I would even kind of consider it. But it's really just based on the idea that we continue ranging, even though we've kind of swept some liquidity down here. I mean, it's not an A+ setup.
I would have a difficulty in longing this if we don't sweep those lows. Now, here's the thing. Has it worked before? Yeah, of course. Did it work yesterday? Yes. Did it work this morning? Yes. So, like, are these lows significant enough to maybe not take the low or not take the long? I don't know. You got to answer that yourself. So, I'm not a huge
problem.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it as long as these relative equal lows are here. So,
We'll see how it goes.
Not a huge fan.
Definitely not an A+. Like, this is not in my playbook here. This is just watching price action and coming up with an idea that we've been in a range really since we got up to this area.
Guys, we got the forms in the chat. Forms in the chat.
Don't miss them. Clickety click. Get them while they're hot.
Those candles like that box. Yeah, they do. They do. They love that box. So
they keep wicking down on it now, though. That's good for your trade.
Well,
I'm still
the
watching
thing,
to see if we can get over here a little bit.
I'm not loving how many times it's retesting. Let's be honest. Like, if it's truly just going to go down, it would have already went down probably. So until we get back below this swing low here, there's probably a high chance that I'm going to get stopped out. Now, like, where would be the safest place for the stop? I'm putting it at half gap of the pre-orb. That's not really the safest spot. The safest spot really is above the swing high at 25.019. I'm just not willing to give it that type of room. So we'll just kind of see.
I have that problem sometimes too, though.
Yeah, I mean, I just think if I'm playing it off the pre-orb, even though I think this is the draw, I want to put it somewhere to where I feel comfortable with the size of the loss. So there we go.
Yeah, there's no crying in trading.
Yeah, we'll just re-enter. Right. We'll just re-enter if we have to. No big deal. Maybe we re-enter with a little more size.
Hmm. When the market, it's like the market's like cats. Okay, you put a box on the charts, the market's gonna go sit in it.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's what the problem is here.
You draw a line on the chart, it reacts to that line. It's like, oh, your entry? Let me just create some support right there.
I mean, I would have a pink box of shame over this whole area, except for I think it's decently tradable. Today it's being a little meh, but we got a couple little setups. I mean, that pre-market setup I had was probably my A+ setup. We had I lost my chart. We had the market move. It had this. We had a nice CPI, or it wasn't that exciting. We had a CPI cap candle, and then we came down to support, and so that was, in my idea, a good place to buy because then we could retrace back into that CPI candle, and we did. I really wanted to get 68.20, so we didn't get that yet. We got 68.18.
Yeah,
kind of lame.
No wolf from Max that says the runner's not a winner. Oh, the Nasdaq said, "Let me show you something."
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, let's get your deal done so we can see if we can bounce this thing again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think that if we sweep these lows down here, it will be, longs will be in play there. There could be a nice little soup area too. We bounced out of that level a couple of times. It might not be a bad idea for me to front run it as well. I mean, like, why not?
That's what I was trying to do on my bounce earlier, though, and it didn't work. And the way my knife catch rules is I get to front run it once, and then, we're doing backdoor.
Yeah. The display box is 1.5 inches. Yeah, it could be on the screen. Come on, let's get some acceleration. We don't want to stall here. We want acceleration below 908. Come on.
See how 893 down there?
Yeah, see how high resistant this level is? It's just not, it's not wanting to accelerate through there. We didn't even run that wick down Didn't even run that wick at 908.
I'm
So,
watching the 67.55 on ES, but I mean, I think they could bring it down to 67.50. Oh boy. That was a target level I had for the bears.
the thing is, like, do we fight this? Do we just take the profit now, or do we fight it? I don't know. You
Or
fight it for an
trail.
extra 20 points. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure the right play here, to be honest. I think I'm just going to go break even. And let's see what happens. I mean, we did sweep the low here, but I want to see us sweep the 908 low here. Right. I want to see it expand now. Come on, go quick. Quick. Quick, fast, and aggressive.
The problem
Straight
is we're
down to
running
E.
into those orders on ES.
It just doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, we got an order shelf 67.50 to 67.55 on ES.
What it's
This is what
wanting me
makes
to
it
do,
hard.
it's wanting me to move the stop down so it can stop me out and then go without me. That's what it wants me to do.
Yes, correct.
Not today, NASDAQ. Not today. What do you guys think? Is the target going to get hit? Yes or no in chat? Are we going to hit the target or no?
Do we have a weak low down there? I didn't even look.
We got triple equal lows down there.
I was looking at the TPO.
Gabor the Hun says no.
I know we have some way down there.
Gabor is over here just waiting for me to fail. Nitish
Oh, we do have
says no.
We do have an imbalance down to 67.43. That could be that could be your expansion.
67.43. Yeah, that's a pretty big move down there. I do see a big support level down there at the 42, 43 area on ES.
That's on. I found that on the TPO charts. It's like really obvious on the TPO charts for market profile.
You're short 8 hours ago and your TP was here, so you think it doesn't touch that zone? Yeah, that sucks if you were short 8 hours ago.
That's okay. My runner was up at 68.20 earlier. So when do we think we're going to get that without me?
I mean, it's going to go eventually, probably in, 30 minutes.
It was really annoying because it went to 68.18 and then came back and I trailed my stop. I ended up getting 68.11, but that was a big difference.
You might see a big candle here, guys. I think because we tested this a couple of times, you might see a nice big candle right through this area down into the 70s or something. I wouldn't be shocked.
Is here.
I would not be shocked.
Oh, that was aggressive. Down to 55. They're going to try to hold it there. We'll see. I don't know, guys.
See if we get a big candle through this. All right, there we go.
Is that
There's
a big
the
candle?
target. It's not a big candle. We do have a low down there at the 830s. We did smash our TP, now up $316.
Let's go. I'm still watching. So we got the 67.50 below. I mean, I want to try to see if we can find some support since I'm not in the short. Obviously, I don't want to short down here at your profit. But see if we can get some turnaround signs.
Let's think about this now from this perspective. We just ran this liquidity here. If we get a Hulk smash boner candle back through this level here, you got a really clear target.
If this is going to be above 60.
If this is like a soup area, if we kind of just sweep this low and then we bounce out of here real heavy V-shaped,
yeah,
then I wouldn't hate it. But we'll see.
I'm a little bit concerned that we go down for the 67.43. That's why I can't re-enter yet. I already did a knife catch, so I can't re-enter yet. But I'm watching these orders at 67.55 to 67.50. See if those are going to hold.
So check out that reaction there. We want to see one or two candles, either on this candle or the very next candle. We want to see this thing just blast back through this gap like it's not even there. And then we could potentially take the long there. This will be a pretty nice setup. Although I am at $316, that's my daily goal.
Nice.
So it's like, do you take this if it triggers, or do you sit on your hands because you're at your goal? Also coming into the lunchtime macro here as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, we got 10 minutes left.
Yep. So it's kind of
maybe that'll time us to get that V-shaped bounce. Then don't do it without me. Hey.
Look at this thing is trying here. ES is recovering that 58, or at least trying to right now.
Yeah, I'm watching that spot because we had a little bit of a fight down there at the 57 level. That's what's kind of looking like. If it starts holding above 60, that could be an idea. Otherwise, I'm still looking to see if it gets down to 67.50 or even a little bit lower than that.
Emma is the final boss. She's got 275 points on the short. Going to take some contracts off and let some run. Let's go.
Let's go.
Nice job. 275 points. I don't think I've ever had a trade that big. That's crazy. That's crazy. So the stop on this would probably be about 30 points on this long. I'll probably have a hard stop kind of because, like, here's the thing. If this candle closes above here, you can have a hard stop below this candle, because if we are truly bullish out of this and we're not going to get a manipulation leg lower one more time, it should not come back to the bottom of this candle, in my opinion.
I started this. I wanted to have another order. I'm at 67.60 and a quarter is what my fill is. I've got room to add if we get down to 67.50. So I'm going to have my stop below that, which is kind of a big stop, but I'm using micros.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2 mics. I think I'm going to go 2 here. Potentially.
You're on NASDAQ?
Yeah. Not yet. I'm not in yet. I'm waiting for the candle to close. We're waiting for confirmation, if you will. All right, candle's closing right now, so I'm in 2. I'm going to take, I'm going to go break even at that line there that you guys see that we drew. That's our stop to break even. Well, you guys can, well, I guess you can see it now. There we go. We'll go break even there. And again, if we're truly bullish, we should not come back down here. So I'm just going to have a hard stop right there. We do got to fight the 21 EMA to kind of get through there. But, you know, I like the momentum of this candle. And ES is at a really good spot too. I don't see much resistance on the ES until what, 69? So 69, we kind of just back tested a moment ago.
69.
Yeah, it's a good area. Just
Guess
saying.
I'm not getting my extra ad here by the looks of it. If we start poking, yeah, I kind of like that spot. If we poke over that, I think that's my trail spot.
Yeah, I like the 69 area as well.
We all like that area.
So I could here theoretically, you know, I could maybe go break even at the 56, up 10 points here, but I'm going to wait for it. We're going to probably get a little resistance at that 56. We got the 21 EMA there. So I'm not going to be shocked if we get a little resistance there. But I'm going to go break even at my first target, 64. We're getting some volatility during this this time of day today. I like it. Sometimes it just slows down.
We've been having a decent week. Okay, I'm watching. I had this level marked out earlier too, the 67, 68, 50. I think I pulled that from around our weekly opener close, somewhere around there.
The wick is the middle of my box again. Yeah, you're about right. Close to it. Middle is 70, right? We said 70. So if we get one more run back into the 21 EMA here, it should get through there. And I would expect some acceleration above 64 here.
Zoom.
I think we should get a nice bit of acceleration above there if we can. So
I do see a little bit of flow coming up at that 70 spot too. So I think we have that right. The 67, 68 to 67, 70.
And if we get stopped here, we don't care. I would probably take this play every single time. It's a good time of day. We swept sell side liquidity. We got a V-shaped reversal. Disrespected a gap here. This is an A setup all day long.
And we break the trend line if we get over that spot too, that 67, 69.
Yeah, makes sense.
Come on, market. You know what to do. Let's do it.
It just makes sense. And if we create a swing here, as you know, that would be my new break-even spot. I don't really want to see that to happen. I want to see us get a clean candle close above that 21 EMA, which is the red line there.
Yeah, we need only boners, right?
Only boner candles. That's the only thing accepted here.
All right,
Just
I am going
boners.
to trail to 67, 60 if we get over this spot here.
Okay. Somebody must be talking. That was not normal.
What happened?
You didn't see that candle?
No, but I'm on a 5 minute, so a little less dramatic.
I didn't mean to do that. I want to go break even here. I don't like the twitchiness of those candles.
I think that the 70 spot is going to be a little bit of trouble on ES.
I'm going break even, guys. I don't like how that candle
Peer
acted.
pressure. Should I go break even too?
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying, like, I don't like that. That doesn't look normal to me.
No, I see it. I think I'm kind of expecting us to run into some trouble here, so that's why I really want to get over it. We're so close. Just give me 4 points, ES.
Holding up there at the 21 EMA as well.
Yep. But we're below VWAP, and we're waiting for a counter trend trade. So I really want to see this kind of 5-minute structure broken. We're in a trend line lower, basically.
All right, I'm stopped out. I moved my stop early there, guys. It's just an instinct thing. I didn't like the way that looked after we got that wild looking candle. This is going to be a winning trade, I believe, but I'm going to go with my instinct, and I'm just going to move the stop to break even to protect myself. You could get a flash dump here. I don't know if somebody's talking. I don't know what that was.
It has been that kind of day where we've just gotten these flash candles. But I trailed to, so my entry was 67.60. I went ahead and trailed too, so we'll see.
I just don't like the way that looks. Winners in two.
I wanted that candle to finish and take one of my things off so I could get this going.
You think it wants the wick, that newer box? Nobody's been in that box yet. Yeah, I mean, I agree to some degree, but
well, I had a trim right at that 67, 68, 25 instead of 50 because that was my official spot. I didn't get it.
If you're still in it, stop to break even is 964. That's also a good scale spot. I just, I'm protecting myself there. I don't know. It's just an instinct thing. I could be wrong. This could just go win and blast up. Who knows? But
ES stopped me. I would have felt better if I'd gotten that ad down at 50, but we didn't. So we'll see what it does.
We're probably going to stop both of us and then just rip higher. That's okay too.
That's what it likes to do.
It's quite all right.
Market way.
I was in a little, not heavy. We were in 2 micros, but
Yeah, see, if I'd gotten my ad, I would have had a better average, and so I would have had a better trail spot. That was kind of the problem with that.
Yeah, spades, that's what I'm looking at. Like, if we get back above 63, 64, I think we get some expansion going. And it might just wait for the top of the hour here, which is in 1 minute and 45 seconds to kind of do that. So, X winner is Trading Shrub. Congratulations. Google form winners. Listen for your name. Game, play, full Italy. Abel Takax. I don't know what that one is. Abel Takax. Abel Takax.
Just keep saying it differently. One of those will be right.
Plant. Varun Paul Trader. Ethan 5884. Abel Taka. I don't know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, are you here? Or you here?
Speak now. Claim your spot.
Congratulations, everybody. Hopefully we don't have to re-roll. All right, top of the hour here in less than a minute. I could maybe re-enter here, but
what do you like about the re-entry here?
Well, we did retap. We rebalanced that gap lower, so you could maybe re-enter here if you believe it's going to continue higher.
Well, I see that little red box on there.
Yeah, just kind of rebalance that area.
Did we get the midpoint of it? Is that what you're looking for?
No, not really a midpoint, just to touch it and see if it gets a bullish reaction out of it. And so far, it's not really all that bullish out of there. So
it's not all that bullish or bearish. It's just hanging out right now.
Just hanging around.
Bull ring.
Everybody here? I don't know.
Uh-oh. Sounds like do we have a re-roll?
Re-roll. Everybody? Nobody's here? That would be funny, huh?
Has that happened?
So let's see if my instincts play out here. Let's see if the instinct plays out. That's where my stop was at 911.
Do you have those market vibes?
Cyril Demuter. Are you here?
That was
Siri.
probably it.
Cyril Demuter. Demute? I don't know how you say it.
Keep going.
You're not banned. Hey, they're here. Let's go. Oh, Siri on my phone came up. I was like, oh, I recognize
Siri wants
that.
to enter the giveaway. No
I'll let
accounts
her-
for AI. We need real traders.
We'll let her get in on the giveaway. Why not?
I read something earlier that a guy gave his AI agent credit card information. I didn't know you could do this, but it gave the thing full access to get his tasks done. And the AI decided that it needed to take a self-improvement course, and it signed up for a $3,000 class.
Just $3,000. No big deal. No big deal. That guy must have had a decent credit card, because mine would have been like, declined. You are not approved. I would make sure that my bot wouldn't know the it wouldn't know the code. It wouldn't know.
Well,
the
he
code.
wanted it to do certain tasks to get the job done. It's like, if you need any resources, just do it. It didn't. Who would have thought that the bot would have decided, or maybe the bot fell for marketing. The AI agent fell for marketing, that it really needed the self-improvement to become a better bot.
It got a spam call, and it gave up the number. It was like, oh, this is the IRS. Oh, okay. Let me give you my number. Let me give you the credit card number. So, and would have been stopped out right there.
Uh-oh.
So there you go.
Instinct wins, huh?
Instinct wins sometimes. Not always.
Well, my little long didn't work, so I was looking to really hold outside of that trend line that we're doing, and we didn't. So, tried, y'all. Tried to find you a trade this time. It's not giving it to us yet. I'm going to kind of watch the 6750 level and see if we get a turnaround down there. We'll see.
You could long here.
I was kind of thinking that, actually.
ES swept the low, NASDAQ did not.
Do you want this candle to close for that?
So there is an SMT. No, you really don't need it to close if you want. It's just this kind of like an instinct thing. You could just take it.
More instincts. We're trading on vibes today.
Vibes it is, all the way.
I have a harder time during roll week too, when we start having the contracts roll, because some of the volumes split on the June contract right now.
You'd have to have like a 30-point stop from right here. So
what would you be targeting? Kind of those swing highs up there?
Yeah, you could retarget those. I'm not jumping in on it because I'm not sure of it right now.
That's what I mean. A+ setups have left the building.
Let's kind of see how this candle closes. Let me take a peek at the 5-minute. 5 still looks pretty heavy.
That's what I don't like. Like I want to get long here too. I just think there's danger of still sweeping. There's just these spots on ES that kind of look incomplete yet.
I am in danger. I tell you, I am in danger.
Did you get long?
No. No long. Not yet. Like there does come a point where it's where you just kind of it's cheap enough, right?
Yeah, cheap enough to try. That's what I was trying a little bit ago too, around the 6760 though. So
I mean,
this is still the spot.
We did kind of like this, a pretty bullish reaction off this level. 68-point push back up.
But can it do it again?
Oh, it can always do it again. You can always do it.
So the current contracts expire next week. So like the roll has begun. I already started marking up my charts. You will not be able to. The last day to trade the current index contracts is next Friday. When do they expire?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's next Friday. But the volume will be switched over to the new contracts, the June contracts before that. And the different platforms roll at different times. It's really annoying.
I usually just roll whenever Ninja does it for me.
Which tends to not be at the same day TradingView likes to do it.
And one of the things to be aware of, guys, is that like with the pre-orb, that first week or so when this volume is split, I might bypass the pre-orb because it's volume-based trade. You need volatility for it, and I'm not sure we'll have the volatility needed for that to perform as well as it normally does, maybe. So we'll see. I'm considering a very, very cheap long down here.
I'm watching this candle too. We still got almost 4 minutes left on it though.
All right, I'm in. Stop's going to be at the low. Going to take 10 points on the first, leave a little runner. Stop is just below the low there. We've kind of been basing here for 2 or 3 candles. That's giving me the idea that maybe we're going to squeeze. So
I had a little order in at 67.50, but if we don't get that, I might get in a little over the 55 level here on ES.
Target 1 acquired, and let's see if we can squeeze into target 2.
Ooh, nice.
Stops at break even.
It's so different watching you trade these 1 minute charts.
Well, this is the 2 minute. Let's not get too.
My bad.
Let's not get too crazy.
Your little teeny tiny candle charts.
Let's not get too crazy. Want to see a little squeeze back up into the 9 EMA here. Again, risk off here. Can't lose. Nothing to it. See if we can get the squeeze. And we will take this off if this comes very close and doesn't hit. So, or we'll at least lock in 10 points or something. So the next shove above that wick there, I'll lock in 10 points. If we get it. Can we squeeze? The safest spot for the stop is still below the low. I'm just not willing to put it there. All right, stopped out. It is what it is. Up 332 now. Can't complain. Just trying to find spots that, maybe make sense.
That was a good little quickie.
Yeah, a little squeeze.
That didn't move very much. That was a good catch.
Just a squeeze
down here
play.
At this 50 spot. It looks so juicy.
I'm too quick with the execution, says Smokey Trades. Well, the thing is, Smoke, I talk about it before I do it.
It's true.
I say I am considering a long.
And I think part of it is when you're watching other traders, and I think at the end of the day, you need to work on making your trades your own, but I get watching other traders to kind of find yourself in trading or whatever. But you have to kind of know if somebody's taking fast trades or slower trades, and that'll kind of give you a hint on who to listen to the most, kind of match your own trading style. I have a harder time with these super fast trades. I think it's really cool, but and I was good at it. So.
Guys, let's take a quick peek at gold when we got a moment. Price is kind of slowing down. So price opened up on gold yesterday. You can see we had this. This is what I marked out kind of before I got on. You can see.
Yeah, show me your trades.
We marked out these ledges. And then I actually did not get on the chart until up here. So I missed this consolidation here, but you can see how many times this one ledge played. It just paid out.
How many times would you have taken that?
Probably just once or twice. I don't usually take them more than that. So, so this ledge would have paid. That would have made you 1 for 1. And then we created one here, which was a very, very small one, but it was there. So the thing is on this one, as soon as, because a lot of people thought this one was a loser, but it wasn't. Because as soon as this candle closes above the high of this down close candle, this now becomes a swing, right? So you would take it on this candle here. So when this candle wicked into it, that's your entry. So then you would have went long. There you go. It would have won. Then we created another kind of jumbled area here, right? Same idea. As soon as you actually got 2 ledges here. It was kind of an odd one. You can see how this one didn't really get formed until that one kind of closed. So then you can see we pushed up, pulled back down, touched that ledge, and then bounced out of there. So this was one of the ones that I took. And then this one here, I actually took again. I took this again right here. It looks like it lost, but it didn't. If you zoomed in on the lower time frame, you'll see that this candle bounced.
It is hard to watch those super fast trades when you're zoomed out.
Yeah, it did bounce. Then you created a new ledge down here on your way back down. So you can see, I did not take, I marked this one out and I liked it, but this was at 10 o'clock. So beyond that one, I didn't take this one. But the trade where
and
you
look
might,
at that beauty, huh?
well, this trade right here. So look at this ledge here. This looks like it might have lost. This is the one I was talking about. I mean, we pulled back 14.9 points. Technically, there it is. So that's the one where from your entry, we pulled back 14.9 points and then blast back through there. So it almost lost, but it did end up winning if you took it. So, and you know, I didn't take any other trades beyond that, but you had several winners over here if you were brave enough to take them. I'm trying to get to the point where I just take every one. I'm not there yet, but I am trying to get to that. So I think the stats, I can't remember. What did we take last night? So we were 6 for 6. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 61 for 63, something like that now. I thought I've got it written down, but I don't have the book here with me. So you can see that bounce there is paying again, pushing back through that 9 EMA there. You need the lockout feature. Just close the chart.
That's what I'm thinking. Like you are the lockout feature. Discipline is like your most important skill as a trader, and that's discipline. Just lock it out. I know Tradeovate has come out with some new tools. There's all these tools to lock out if you really need it, but this is the biggest tool you have for locking out your trades. Trades
in the house. Let's go. But yeah, I'm considering, because the forward testing has gone so well on gold, I really am considering you know, I took a couple of funded trades last night, but I need to I'm thinking about considering just taking most of my funded trades on the gold play.
Oh wow.
So it's what I'm really thinking about.
Upgrade.
Yeah, we'll see. Because here's the thing. One of the things that I noticed, like, you know, you can make that trade your own. I say you go for 5 points. But one thing that I have been doing, and I did this last night, is when I'm unsure of a level, I'll just take it I'll take it on GC instead of MGC, and I'll just take it for 1 point. You know, it's $100, quick little scalp. Because almost every time, obviously it's not every time.
Almost every time.
Almost every time you at least get a few points on a bounce. So you can be pretty sure that it's at least going to give you 1. So, but the trades that we were looking at right there, I mean, those all gave 5 points at least. So I did that a couple of times last night. I took 1 point, and it was
that's on the same play, your little ledge bounce.
Yeah, same type of play. Yeah. What's the problem with the 1 point play? Well, it works until it doesn't, right? As soon as it doesn't
I was about
work,
to say, so what's your stop loss on that?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're playing with a 50K account, what's the point of stop loss at that point? So I hate to say that, but it's just the truth. You're going to lose. If you lose on that, you're going to lose 1,500. And yeah, that's going to be tough to recover from. But that's why I only take it on the ones, you know, like I said, in the back testing, I mean, there was like 1 or 2. I think 1 in the forward testing, 2 did not give the 1 point. So it works until it doesn't.
It barely didn't take my order down there, but this is looking like we might be getting this bounce now. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. You can see how we kind of build here, right? We build structure. 1 candle didn't take the low. 2 candles didn't take the low. 3 candles. Once you get 2 or 3 candles that fail to sweep the low, that's kind of your idea that maybe we're going to start to get that push back up. And so that's why
I'm trying it.
I felt comfortable with taking that long there, the scalp, you know, from lower.
This is that spot that I was looking at. So I really would need it to hold above 67.60, or I might just close this. I didn't get my order down there. I had an order at 67.50, 75. It didn't take that one.
Yeah, I think you're going to squeeze here. I mean, your next resistance on the ES is at 64.
69. Oh.
If it breaks that 64, then 69. Well, 64 is that short-term trend line. I'm sure you can see that there. Yeah. So it breaks through that level there. I think it just squeezes. So
come on, give me 69.
Guys, the pro account promo is new users 50% off, existing users 30% off, unlimited uses, rebills at the discounted price. Use code YouTube. Let's go.
That's a good deal.
So
And we also have the rapid plan. So whether you want the pro plan or the rapid plan, we have a special going on right now. So
Yeah, normally I'm trading the flex. However, I am going to pick up a couple of the rapid plans because they're just cheap enough to where, you know, it makes
they're good
sense to me.
ones.
Yeah, go ahead and take it and see how we do. Let's see what we can do. What up, Corb?
Ethan says the market's going to hang around 25,000 for months. We'll see. It could.
Today's Magnus's birthday.
Happy birthday, Magnus, of course.
Happy 27th birthday, Magnus. I think he's 27.
Always a good day to have a Magnus birthday. I think
Or me.
it's Denny's birthday too, right?
Whose?
Denny?
Denny?
It's
I don't
Denny's
know.
birthday too.
Is it? Could be. Happy birthday to everyone. All right, Barbie, all together now. Let's sing happy birthday. 1,
Nope.
2, 3, go.
Yeah.
Barbie, you're supposed to start it off.
I have confetti instead of singing.
No. You're supposed to start it off right there. Come on. Guys, I got something special for you guys coming on Monday.
Uh-oh.
Something special we're going to have here with us on Monday. Hopefully you guys like it. We'll see. We shall see. I gotta have time to get it together. Thank you, Abhishek.
I'm looking to still add with that order that got missed earlier, and then I think that's going to be how I try this long.
Really good look. I was just going to say a good look here on that with that higher low.
Yeah. So I would like to have the ad. Otherwise, so if I don't get it, I don't get it because it's kind of a late trade for me. So I'm just going to keep it small. Keep it simple.
Joe, I don't know if anybody's talking right now or not. I mean, we do have decent volatility. It's slowed down a little bit, but pretty decent. But I don't see anybody talking. I think you did say Trump speaking at some point today, right?
He's speaking at it says 4:25. We'll call it 4:30, right? But it's after the market closes. It's supposed to be about the economy and prescription drug prices. I'm sure he's going to stay completely on task.
Thank you, Funded. I appreciate that. Today's definitely not my birthday, but it's fine. Are ones that aren't asked, but you aren't considered a new customer if you get a new account. Yeah.
If you've had an account before, you're an existing customer.
You are not a new customer. However, if you've never had an account, then you are a new customer. Let's go.
Here we go. I like this little reaction. Well, and it's got me in profit a little bit, so that's a nice change. But
helpful. They're down 38%. That's what they're down.
This is the same thing. I really want to get over yesterday's low. Yesterday's low makes me feel better about this idea. Maybe I'll even add one up there. But that's 67.6250. I don't like hanging around below that.
Yeah, I like this as a squeeze area too. I really do. I mean, I probably would take this if I wasn't already at the daily profit target. I'm just going to shut it down. Don't want to be crazy here.
What? You follow your rules and you shut it down? You don't need a lockout?
A little bit of rules, yeah. You just stop pressing the button. I could just go ahead and purchase a rapid and start on that one though. Could go ahead and get started.
I hear there's a discount if you use code YouTube.
There you go. All right, nice little candle here from the ES. I think if it can get above 64 here, it can get that squeeze going. I think we move quickly above 64, actually.
I like this. The VIX is coming down a little bit too.
We can close above 64. You're going to move quickly into 70, 69, 70 area.
69.
And see if it just keeps ripping.
And then we have VWAP up there in the lower 80s, which is definitely going to be resistance. That was kind of a cluster earlier. Oh boy. Trump says this is about Iran. We could strike even more targets if we want. U.S. is leaving certain things in Iran that we could take out.
The WeBop is here.
I don't know where he's talking, but he is yakking about stuff still.
I'm thinking the WeWap took the WeWap bounce earlier. What do you think? We bounced over here at 950 right off the VWAP. Surely he took that. We closed through it. We retested it and rejected. Surely he shorted that.
You haven't missed much. We're still waiting to see if the market's bouncing because we're not going to short lows at this point. We're coming into support and bear targets. So
Rejecting the 21 EMA again. This entire ride down, we've not been able to get above the 21 EMA on the 2-minute chart.
boo.
Got to get above there to get in squeeze mode. This could be an opportunity to buy here, though.
You went short again, Lewis?
It's about a 20-point stop. Let me think about it.
Uh-oh. He's thinking about it.
Let's give it a thought.
We just need a big V-shape reversal. That's all.
A consideration, if you will.
Just go ahead and give me 50 points. One candle.
So far, we do have higher low, but no higher high. See how twitchy that candle's getting? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's a little,
I don't like it. It's all your fault.
A little scary. A little scary.
Oh, here. Okay. Push.
I'm in for my 10 points.
Oh, nice.
One micro.
Where's your 10 points there? 930?
931 and a quota.
Let's get it. That keeps you in the trend line. You have a better entry than I do on the ES. I'm right at my entry. It's not moving.
I'm just going to look for a scalp. And not happening. Not happening. I put my stop at the low. I may add to this on any pullbacks, but I'd rather it just squeeze here.
Time to squeeze, market. You heard him. You know what the problem is? We haven't gotten the signal from Max.
Oh, what's up, Max? I think he's asleep. He said, it is time to nap. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Yeah, I got this one snoring back here. Full volume.
There we go. Just a little bink. Just a little bink.
There we go. I'm still waiting for ES to move.
Got that profit up to $350. Let's go.
I'm at 1 point in profit. I wanted more than that.
Just a little dink. That's right.
Move, you pig.
I come up with that noise based on how Quantower sounds when it hits your profit target. You know,
You get a dink.
it's like dink, dink.
I need to
don't
change
know.
my Ninja Trader ones. They are ridiculous.
What's your sound like? I like the ka-ching. I do like.
I like the
cash register.
cha-ching.
Yeah,
But especially if you have like multiple accounts going because you're copy trading, it's like order filled. Calm down.
That's usually me spamming the buy button when I shouldn't be. You know.
Yeah, that too. Here we go. I want to be over this spot right here, the 62.50. So do it.
All right. So look at this, guys. This is the first candle above the 21 EMA on the 2-minute. We still got the 50 and the 21 EMA on the 5-minute sitting up there at the 950s, 960 area. ES is approaching that trend line now. If we get that clean close above 64, I think we get a little squeeze going.
Do it.
Squeeze going.
I don't even see your 64 on the order. Oh, no, there's some orders at 65. I'm always watching to see if they lines up on order flow.
I'm just watching the trend line. There's a short-term 1-minute trend line.
I see that one too.
Yeah. So yours says donk. Donk.
We need dink and donk, depending on if it's good or bad, right?
We're all green, Izzy Lizzy. Is there any other way? Is there any other way?
There's no other color. Not around here. All green. We only allow profitable trades. We're not allowed to take losing trades.
So one more shove back into that 1-minute trend line should get us through there.
Shove it, market. Shove it.
It's rejecting it kind of heavy right now.
We got spoiled the other day with that like straight up.
Oh, did you
payback
see?
now.
Did you see the end of day? Was that what you're talking about?
Well, I only traded the morning and it was straight up. I missed the afternoon.
Yeah, at like 3:15 a couple of days ago. It might have been yesterday. I don't even remember. I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday we ended with a big old dump.
Yeah, we squeezed yesterday like 3 or 4. Or was it yesterday? It might have been the day before. I can't remember.
Monday is when it kept squeezing because
Yeah,
that
it was
was
like
Trump.
300 or 400
Always
points
Trump.
straight up. Somebody said he tweeted. Yeah, I literally sat down at the charts and I was like, oh, we're ripping. Buy. And it was like order field, like right away. So I was like, all right, don't press the button anymore. Can't do it. All right, guys, the new 5-minute candle coming up here right now. Let's see if ES
This is the one that needs to have pushies.
let's see if we can pop through that 64 here. I mean,
Do it.
I think it can. Here, I'll bring my little ES chart over here so y'all can see what I'm looking at on ES. Just a little short-term trend line there. That's it.
Well, it's where the structure, because we have that previous day low there too, so it's kind of a double spot.
Just a little short-term trend line.
Get through, you little pig. Little piggy. I mean, we're through the broader 5-hour trend line already. That's why I was thinking this is ready. It's technically my stampede setup, but all that means is we have a trend line break at a key level. I like to have it, if it's an A+ trade, I'll have it supported by something else, like the Mo rolls, Rollin, and or MACD. Don't have that. So it's not an A+, but
There we go. I give it my art curation here. I don't know what the word is. I gave it a little drawing to help it along. We want to see a close up here and then a squeeze into the next level.
it used to be when I like do counterclockwise circles around where I want it to go.
Or I could mark out a Tom Sabo guarantee up there. You know, that's always useful.
Or it could just stay right here and do nothing.
We
Come on,
did
Margaret, let
have
me show the people this trade. Let's get it done.
we did have a Bull Barbie guarantee when you were gone last week. So
I heard. Did it hit?
oh, it smashed.
Of course.
It smashed 100%. So you think we need a new box for the wicks to squeeze into? All right, let me help it out. There you go. A new box.
Draw me a picture in that box. Give it something to go check out. Draw a little Mona Lisa in there.
You guys don't want to see my drawing. So you saw those drawings where the people, they draw like each other. Like the man draws the woman and the woman draws the man, and then they hold them up. And the man's drawing is always very crude and bad, and the woman's is like really good.
Someone always gets the better end of that deal, right?
Yeah, it's never the woman.
Come on, market. Push. We're at that 62. I really want it over the previous day low. Do it.
Don't ever golf with MM. He will push down the grass on the green for the ball to go in the hole. That's right, Sinister. It just does it on its own, naturally.
You can get a hole in one if you put the hole where your ball is.
Yeah, it's just natural. I don't have to do any of those things. All right, ES is looking like it wants to push.
It looks like it. It's just waiting. Why is it waiting? What are we waiting on, girlfriend?
Oh, Tom Sabo had a level down there. That's the reason the Bulls are struggling. So he wants it to go lower.
It's always Tom Sabo, man.
All right,
That guy's trouble.
Let's look at the ES here. Let's see if it can close above. I mean,
It's still not above 62.50.
That's a pretty marginal close, let's be honest. But maybe it squeezes. Maybe. 6-7, next level up there. Let's see if we can go to it.
I went ahead and took off my order below because I'm not getting involved anymore with this. This thing goes or I get tired of it. And that's it. We got Rocket Dudes. Well, Rocket Dudes, let's hit the like on the way in.
Also subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Let's go. Guys, I am approaching, we're at 94 something, 9400 something on the on my YouTube channel.
Let's go.
Let's if you're not subscribed, let's hit the subscribe button on that. And also on Barbie's as well. I think she's at like 300 subs or something.
Yeah, help me get to 1,000.
Yeah, got to get her to 400. Just kidding. Obviously, she has more than that. But you know, it's fun to joke around.
Yeah, right now I want to get to 18,000. I don't think I'm close enough to be harassing people yet, though.
Well, we're getting most of our subs in the evening, so I
am momming in the evenings, so you can have them, I guess.
I wanted to get there before I went to Vegas, but unfortunately, I won't be here next Thursday and Friday, guys. I'll be in Vegas, but we do have a couple of qualified replacements. So next Thursday and Friday, a couple of qualified replacements. They're not quite as good, but you know, pretty close.
They're never as good looking.
That's just how it goes. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for me and Barbie. It does look like ES is starting to squeeze. We'll be back tomorrow.
I just didn't want to show off while y'all were here. It's going to do it as soon as we end. I can feel it.
Exactly. It's about to just blast off. But we do appreciate you guys watching, and we'll see you next time.
Have a great session with Matt, y'all.
What's up, guys? Welcome to MyFundedTV's Lunch Money with Matt special. Welcome back to the stream, guys. How are y'all doing? I love you guys to death. Y'all are my favorite people in the whole wide world. Oops. Let me see chat. All the rocks in chat. Thank you for all the love. I love y'all to death. I had a doctor's appointment yesterday. This was such a crazy market day. I took a huge drawdown on stream and then turned around, made like 54K by the end of the day in the account. But I have to tell you guys a story because I don't think y'all heard the story what happened. So I have this lesson. I have this lesson, right, that I've been teaching that I fell victim of my own lack of following my own teaching. So in the environment, when Trump can say or do something and the market can just move one way or the other, it doesn't matter how skillful you are. If you are not prepared, you can be knocked out of a trade just for no reason. Oh, somebody said there was a troll this morning. Oh yeah, I just showed my P&L. They didn't believe that I turned a 90K drawdown into 50K profit, but I did. I showed on my stream. So what happened? Okay, so let me tell you how I'm not at 600 anymore. Okay, I took some heat, and this is exactly what I did. So at the end of the day on Monday, I was taking a final short off of here to bet that we closed below 640 level, which was where the bear zone territory was for longer term monthly maps. So that was my target, so that we're still at war. We're going to be trading down. Remember, that was the day we gapped down Sunday and traded up. Like I waited all the way until the end of the day. As soon as we filled the gap to bet that we filled the gap and we would continue to sell. So I jumped into a short, just 20 contracts, not thinking anything of it. And my doorbell rang. Ding dong. Probably Amazon, whatever. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. And Bart Pickle's going crazy. And I'm like, oh my God. Hey, what's up, Keith? How you doing, brother? People were asking about you today on my stream. Somebody said I hadn't seen Keith in a while. So hopefully Keith's doing all right. So I hope you're doing all right, my friend. Just checking up on you. So here, I'm like, fine, let me go see what's going on. We got delivery for some flowers. So let me show you. I think I got the photo in here. Hold on. We just signed our paperwork. It's official. And the owner sent us these Ecuadorian roses. There's like 4 feet tall, bunch of like 100 roses. It's crazy. And I mean, this is just like, you can only see half of it. It's this huge giant mound of roses. So like I go downstairs and like I open the door and this lady's standing there like this, like holding this giant bouquet that's covering up her head. And the thing is almost like 3.5, 4 feet tall with the stems. Okay. And I open the door and this person is like, delivery. And I was like, oh, okay. And Pickle's trying to run out and jump on her. So I'm like using my foot. I'm like keeping Pickle back, grabbing these roses. And she's like, let me take a photo so that I get the delivery. And I'm like, okay, no, but open the door so you get the roses. So I'm opening the door. Pickle's trying to get out. I'm aiming the roses. She like snaps the photo. She's like, thank you. I have these giant roses. I'm like walking the living room. Like I got to do something with these things. You can't set them down. So I like laid them down across the kitchen counter and just set them on top. And I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm going back upstairs. I went upstairs with a short from here of 20 contracts. And when I got upstairs, the market was here. 230, 40 points higher. $200,000 roses. Anyways, the point is that when you leave your computer, you put a stop loss in, no matter if you think it's a minute or not. I swear to God, I'm texting iDoc and I was like, you have no idea what just happened. Crazy. But a random commentary just dropped me down. I started that morning out like 570,000 is where the account was. And I walked it up to like a little bit over 6 with that trade. Not only did I lose the 40K that I was up, I lost another 100 and whatever to go with it. I literally said that this would happen all week too. And I said, it's going to be Trump that says something that the market's just going to go, phew, don't not be prepared for it. And the universe just decided they wanted to humble me for some reason. I didn't catch a knife. Somebody said I swallowed a sword. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, so the whole point is no matter how good you trade, this set me back like a whole week of P&L, which kind of sucks. But I stepped away from the computer and then just something random happened and I didn't even get enough time to fight it back or to try it. I immediately saw this and I just closed out. I'm like, I'm done. I was gone maybe 6-7 minutes. And that's it. That's what it takes. And you have to be careful when you are not staring at this and you are trading and you have such a volatile president like we have with the stuff going on in the war. Don't blink for a minute. I'm the evidence that don't do that. So anyways, yesterday I took a short here. I decided to take a smaller short there and then add to it to bet that we sold off really hard. But then I took some drawdown and closed out, left, had a doctor's appointment. Then I got up here at the top. I shorted one more time and then made everything back and then some. So again, I've been trying to short this market pretty fiercely because the war is still active. Today, I've decided to do very, 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 very little on the, like I said, I did one trade just to demonstrate a trade. I did all my trading today in props. So my props are all up with no losers there, but everything, I've kind of been hesitant to trade in the challenge account just because it's been, now that news is driving this, it's the easiest way to drive this account to zero, being caught off guard. That really shook me pretty hard of how quickly the market can move. And every other day, it seems to be just like, no matter what it's doing, some news is going to take it one way or the other. Hey, I did warn you that that's going to be what happens. But basically, you know, keep in mind, while this stuff is going on, Trump said we're ahead of schedule, right? That's the news that came through. That's it. Squeeze out all the shorts, I think, so his buddies on Wall Street can get in on the short. I don't know. But the first thing I said when I heard that was the news was I was on my phone and I was sitting there on my phone and I was watching Neon, my afternoon streamer streaming. And I wrote in there, I said, Trump doesn't decide when this war is over. And that's a very powerful thing to tell yourself and also think of as a trader. Trump may decide at best America's participation in this, but for us to believe that Trump decides it's over is a little naive because it's who we're fighting decides when it's over. So it doesn't matter what Trump says or doesn't say. Who we're fighting is the person that's in control of that. And who we're fighting is a person that's not going to lay down pretty easily. And so the question is, not only do they decide when it's over, I don't think they're going to decide that it's over anytime soon. They're pretty vigilant on, you know, creating ashes out of their enemies. So the idea was that, okay, Trump said we're ahead of schedule. Ahead of schedule on what? That doesn't mean anything to me. I have a feeling that we're going to be hearing about bombings and fighting for months, maybe years. This is a big deal. This is not we're ahead of schedule. How long is that schedule? A 5-year schedule? It's going to take 2? That's just weird market news that doesn't make any sense. Like, how could that even be? How could that even be newsworthy? Let me keep shorting this. And that's what yesterday's trade was all about. And today is that same mentality. Like, I don't think, you know, we had a person tweeting that we're escorting oil tankers through the strait, and they deleted that tweet. Like, let's pretend that we're not really still out there. Like, if the de-escalation was happening, why are we still escorting tankers? I think that was a cover-up to cover up some news for the market. You don't want to put scare in the market. If we're escorting tankers, that war is still full on. Another thing is I heard a report that yesterday that somebody said 150 American troops have been injured. So it's still going on, right? He stated 5 weeks. Yeah, but 5 weeks for what? peace in the Middle East, 5 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Is like, what's the target? We don't know what the overall campaign, the target's supposed to be. Is that they install a new leader? Like, I'm sure Afghanistan was supposed to be a year long too. But what the goal, right, is to have the country have an uprising and replace their leadership. That's what he wants, right? How long is that going to take? So I don't know. Barron was probably long the market. He needed Daddy's help to get out of the position. Where we'll go to this week only, somebody said. Have you noticed every major action and war happens only on weekends? So market manipulation, major dumping. I feel like lately we've been seeing things happen over the weekends. But also statistically, you're more likely to see an event happen on a weekend rather than a specific weekday, because a weekend is 3 days long from Friday till Monday morning. So yeah, but you have a, like a 1 out of 7 chance it happens on a specific day. And it feels like it happens on weekends more just because weekends are longer than any specific day. But newsworthy stuff happens pretty much throughout the day. It'll just feel like it happens more on weekends. He said almost over, lasts forever, Max Infusion. Look, it's not over, right? Until a ceasefire is announced and Iran accepts. To me, that's the news that it's over. And even so, ceasefires in the Middle East almost never stick. They still fire missiles at each other and stuff, even during a ceasefire. And Israel has been really bad at not honoring its ceasefires. In history of us watching the news around that area of the world, they tend to still violate and still keep fighting sometimes. I think this thing is going to last longer than we think. Trump wants to avoid conflict through marketers. It's more likely that a lot of time the news happens more often outside of market hours than anything. Like they hold off to have minimum impact to the United States. Because in reality, it's not like you're trying to manipulate the market. It's more like if that news comes out at the wrong time, you're screwing over American citizens, investors, investment banks. You're hurting your own people by pushing the news out at the wrong time. So I think most of the cover up to kind of get the news out at the right time is to protect Americans from what's going on over there. Because imagine that you're causing people to lose money, and they try to ward off market volatility if all possible, because it hurts American traders and infrastructure here, I would say. I mean, that can cost people jobs, right? It has a negative effect that the president wouldn't want to see either. They want to make sure that the news is just bombarded left and right and left and right and left and right to crash the stock market so that people become unemployed. Hit that form, guys, in chat. Enter the contest for the giveaway. You see what I'm saying, though? That's kind of my theory with that is that it's more like, not that things happen over the weekend, but we hear about things happening over the weekend for minimal impact on the markets. And that is done because it's a double-edged sword. If markets are collapsing because we get bombarded with war news all day, every day, then good, hardworking Americans lose their jobs because we're campaigning in Iran just because their stock prices are tumbling. So I think that the goal of the whole conspiracy to like throttle news correctly, but not timely, and covering up tweets and removing tweets and stuff is really to keep the markets as stable as possible, because it's an unavoidable portion of war is that markets will respond. But my belief is that they do as much as they can to have the least impact, right? So you're waking up to like Monday morning gap or Sunday night gap downs and things like that because we hear about something on Sunday. But like the campaign might be executed on a Wednesday or Thursday, and then they leak the news on Saturday, something happened. We're not really, the military isn't giving you the timestamp of when they did it. So, and I've learned over the years that news seems to be like, news outlets seem to be informed of, don't say this, like we're going to tell you this happened. You'll be the first to make the announcement, but you're not allowed to say this until Sunday at 5 or whatever. And I wouldn't put it past them. You might think, well, that's unfair. It's not really unfair. It's more like, everybody gets the news at some point, but they probably inform their Wall Street buddies ahead of time, So that part is pretty unfair. But I think for the public side of things, they try to minimize the impact of its effect on our markets. I would 100% agree that Wall Street Journal and all these other people are the pockets of politicians and the military. 100%. I've never believed otherwise. Trump trolled, told the room of the richest Wall Street execs at one time, I made you guys a lot of money. Oh, and the tariff tweet, we told everybody to buy the dip. I know. It's not the market losing 1% on Thursday versus Sunday night. It's not the market losing 1%. The argument is because it lost 1% on Sunday, doesn't mean it would have lost 1% on Thursday. Thursday could have been a 3% move for the same news than a Sunday 1%. Because what happens, you don't know who's getting squeezed at that moment in time. And time always gives people the ability to mobilize and ward off an environment. So an example is, say the market was flat on Wednesday, flat on Thursday, flat on Friday, and then the news happened. Okay. But what if you were short in a position and upside down on Wednesday, and Thursday is day 1 of margin call, and Friday is day 2 of margin call, and then Monday is day 3 of margin call, and the news made it worse? Then you have to dump even more. It's because of the effect of having some extra time or not having extra time could cause you to have, or that news helped you, right? It can have the effect of anything that happens during the market can cause extra amount of panic because extra amount of traders are trading, and extra amount of traders could be susceptible to extra risk that time can usually buffer. So the point becomes, we don't have like an alternate reality set of goggles so we can see how both events would have played out. But the going theory is that if news disseminates throughout weekends, it is less impactful on the market, because the same theory, I draw that from the same theory that a circuit breaker, if markets are collapsing 7%, shutting down the market for 10 minutes stops the burn a little bit in the middle of the chaos. That's the reason circuit breakers exist, for the exact same psychological mechanism. You need to give people a breather so they can make a strategic decision with more time to think about how to mobilize. Example of the earlier saying is that somebody was in a margin call. I didn't finish that thought. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it's day 3. They got to do something crap. But what if you're in a margin call on a Thursday and then Friday, and day 3 is actually Monday? So that's 5 days to clear your margin call. You get more time to mobilize, more time to gather funds, more time to plan it out, more time to mobilize your team. Time gives you the ability to make a better decision, Jamie or Jaime. Does that make sense, brother? That's the whole point. Like, circuit breakers run on that same mentality of, you give people a break in the middle of the chaos, the impact is less, because people have a little bit of time to figure out their next move, rather than you're in it now, you got to make a decision now. And that's kind of the point of why I believe that a lot of times you will see manipulation for news leaking over the weekend, because it will be less impactful. Somebody's going to say, holy crap, there's news now on Saturday. Shit, I better buy some puts on Monday. Well, you're going to go buy puts on Monday. They're going to be extremely expensive, right? But if you hear that news on a Friday, you're going to jump into the puts immediately there, and they'll be at a different price, right? So the idea is that the market has just 2 different conditions. Does big money actually hold a margin call? I'm just making an example, not specifically like pointing at big money or anything. I just gave you an example that's kind of like wrap your head around the logic. It's not that they hold a margin call over the weekend. That was just an example, right? If you're given 2 or 3 extra days in the middle of a margin call, the likelihood of you solving your problem or getting the person you need, you can make more phone calls to borrow money. You can exhaust more outlets. If you've got 2 hours to satisfy a margin call, you might come out less efficient than if you got 3 days plus 2 hours. And so the magnitude of like how much you can mitigate your risk or move money around to become solvent is a lot easier whenever you have more time to plan for it. So that's why I think like you hear a lot of times news is leaked over weekends, just because it doesn't bombard everybody all at once, right? So if you hear the news on a Wednesday, you're like, shit, I got to buy the puts. But if you hear the news on a Sunday and then the market opens, gapping down 500 points, you're not exactly making the trade on that. You just see it happen. say somebody wanted to speculate on that. You're not going to jump in and buy puts at a high premium as the market's already fallen. So you're also not giving people retail time to assume risk in the middle of that news as well. A lot of times the market gaps down to price in that risk before it gives traders a chance to even put money to it. Because if you put money into risk, then the market becomes volatile and you get squeezed out. Then your liquidation of your position becomes more risk on the market. You jumping in and then getting on the wrong side and then liquidating again can increase the volatility. So preventing average retail traders and a lot of people from acting on news also keeps the market less volatile. You always notice that the less you make, like GameStop, right? Remember GameStop was rallying and it was in the middle of that whole hype and GameStop was falling. They weren't letting people buy GameStop at Robinhood on margin. They were preventing trading. The fewer people trading, the less volatile the market can be. So those are risk mitigating steps that brokers and exchanges, they all do it. If you slow down and throttle the amount of people participating, the impact is less. Robinhood could have gone insolvent if they let people continue to buy GameStop on margin as it was crashing, because Robinhood wouldn't have the money to clear the position in clearing. They had no solvency beyond a certain point, so they cut off margin. Remember, people were pissed, like, I can't get into the long. I can't buy at all. Well, I mean, he sort of saved everyone's ass by doing that. People didn't like it because they had bought the high, the market fell, and they believed that they can overtrade and make it back. And while a lot of people were pissed that they couldn't do that, the broker has all the legal right to disallow you from trading on their exchange for any reason. So not only did he save everybody's asses there, but he also saved his own company's ass during that moment, right? So that's what I was saying, is that, like, you'll see that if you limit like what panicky traders can all do in the moment, you're going to create a less impact on the market statistically. There's all kind of evidence to support that. Those are just a couple examples of why you see that. Yeah. They shut all buys so you can close your position only. Yeah. That's what happened. Trump concludes his remarks to reporters, be on the watch for Truth Social post. Yeah, so I think that's going to be the momentum for today, is any kind of post going on. I'll tell you from like the point of view of just a trader, I've seen, at least even last year, threats between Iran and Israel created months of turbulence. And now that we're actually like full on conflict, it could last just as long, if not longer. So be careful trading. Be careful putting a lot of risk on the table, and be careful betting on structure and holding positions all day, because just like me with the flowers example, one bad tweet, one bad comment, the market's going to go one way or the other, and you're going to be stuck in a position no matter how good of a trader you are, no matter what. And if you are in a position, don't leave your computer to take a leak without putting in a stop loss. Little did I know that running downstairs to get whatever package was there and running upstairs would have been hundreds of thousands of dollars of a decision. And I ended my stream up 40 something K that day. The account was at all-time highs. So that was just a unfortunate event. But make sure when you guys are trading, this environment is going to be very, very easily manipulated. You guys got it? Okay. Well, I'm halfway into the day here. I've got no trades active right now. I've done all my trades in prompts. I've been trading both sides of the market. After market opened today, I longed right here, closed my long right there. That's where I made most of it. The market sold off. I ended up buying the dip through here a couple times, sold off there, then waited. And then I made one trade on the S&P. I think right here, I made this scalp right there with one ES contract just to demonstrate something. But I didn't really trade it seriously. And I've done nothing since other than shorting. Oh, I did one more trade then. After this, I waited. And then right when we broke through MHP right there, I took a tiny short scalp on this side of NASDAQ and then closed it out right there at the bottom. That took this account up to $9,300. And then that was it. So I've been just picking at it with a couple of accounts here and there. World's most expensive flowers. Oh, you know it. Which kind of sucks because I'm exactly where I was a week and a half ago. So it just took me back in time for a week. I had like basically 3 back-to-back 50K plus days. So it was kind of nice to put some steam in the account. But which platform am I using to trade with? On my stream, that's the Rocket Scooter platform. So that's a trading platform that I built, and it's on my website. Show us the monthly maps. Yes, sir. I've already marked it on my chart where it's sitting, but let me show you guys right here. NASDAQ is sitting on the edge of longer term bull support. So this is it right here where my mouse is at that 994 level. And you can see that monthly maps are actually strong and pretty okay for here. It's not as bad as it normally would be. That's why I'm not betting on a market crash today. But being news driven could just break structure pretty easily. That's why I'm not married to that thought. S&P is still in deep bear territory, which is about here. So the top of this light gray box is where that bear resistance is. So while NASDAQ is showing signs of support, S&P is resisting very hard off of this 68.17 range. So we've got a conflict between the two. And I tend to trust the S&P more than I trust the NASDAQ. If I were to make a decision, I tell myself the S&P is very strong resistance off of those key levels, which is up here. That's why this morning I closed my long off of the bear zone resistance for the longer term bear market resistance is there. So kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, but the market's just being a little crazier. But my indicator's not loading up for some reason. Little delay from the server there. You know, the most important question for the day, does Brad come on tonight to tuck us in? I think tonight he's not going to be available, just tonight only. But normally every night he's there. He has something to do once a month on Wednesday, so we need to get a temp streamer to cover that segment. I might do it, but we have to get like a backup though, and have some people that volunteer to be a backup. But maybe not tonight. Yeah, today he's going to be off, so I might take the hot seat at that point. Yeah, he's got to do his thing at the church, which is like one Wednesday every month. You'll do it for us? Oh, okay. It would be cool to see me on the night shift. I don't know if I'll be able to today, but I'll try to see if anybody can. If not, I'll have to cancel it. I have some people that volunteered to do it. I just don't have time to get them set up. Okay. So I don't know what's going on with my NASDAQ here. Let me see if I can trigger it by opening a liquidity map somewhere else. I kind of glitched my left side chart here. Let me see if monthly map dislodges it. Oh, that's because liquidity map has disappeared. I was wondering what happened. Did I delete the indicator? Well, that would be why. I must have fat fingered clicked the X with my twitchy hands there. There we go. That's better. We're in the process of doing a bunch of cool stuff here at Rocket Scooter, by the way. Historic liquidity maps are almost ready to release, which is nice. We're currently debugging the dynamic overnights for those to be automated, which is pretty nice. We're almost finished with the project of our stuff. In the Go charting platform, which is a competitor to TradingView. After that, we're going to put our stuff in Ninja, which is kind of cool. And our prop scoring website goes live today for our alpha testers and our mods. So this is going to be really nice. We're going to train everybody on it tonight. And then over the next couple of days, roll it out to just our testers and our community. So the site that's going to be like basically like the ratings agency for prop firms will have everybody's prop accounts scored on a math model that's a non-subjective ranking. And just so you know, MyFundedFutures ranks near the very top. In most categories, it ranks at the top. So MyFundedFutures is tied neck and neck with one other prop firm as the two highest ranked firms out there, believe it or not, by a long shot of all the bigs. So that's kind of cool to realize that. Always wondering what happened if it came out and the value turned out that it wasn't as good. They would hate me for it. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously though, MyFundedFutures, we know the accounts are great. The value is very, very much there. For like, for the least expensive return on investment, which is really nice. One of the least expensive return on investments out there. The easiest accounts to pass with no DLO, no consistency on funded. The payout structure is really nice. The time and market's really nice. All of it builds into the ranking model. And it turns out to be the most well-rounded, best bang for your buck happens to be here, which is the craziest thing. Do I have a broker rating? There's no way to really rate a broker. So the math model is a return on investment on the money you spend for the time and market. And all parts of the prop accounts are rated. So difficulty, can you flip the account? Can you not flip? Can you news trade? All of that factors into the score. And so the more allowances you get that you're given, the higher the score. The more things taken away, the lower the score. So like neck and neck, if there's two prop firms that are sitting there and one has intraday trailing drawdown versus one has end of the day trailing drawdown, the end of the day will have a higher score, right? If there's one firm that has you trading 3 days to pay out and another one has you trading 2 days to pay out, the 2 day to pay out's a higher score. Everything factors in that way based on the cost and the time value of money against the failure rate. And we have a failure rate model built in. So basically it's the best bang for your buck overall. And it's no surprise to me that MyFundedFutures on the end of the day drawdown accounts of every firm out there is ranked number 1. It's neck and neck with another firm that is a trailing drawdown firm that offers daily payouts. I'm not going to name who it is, but when you're talking about the score and the integrity, everything from what's the payout structure, is it rigid payout or subjective payout, all of that, it's no surprise to me that MyFunded ranks at the top. It's been one of my favorite prop firm experiences, period. So you guys that are here, they're not paying me to say this. There's not like a gun to my back right now. It's in reality, it is the truth. And I would tell you guys the truth of what the rankings were. And it's kind of neat. Is it, somebody said the A word? No, they actually ranked near dead last in the trailing drawdown category. They're actually the worst rated one, believe it or not. So that was a surprise with the new offerings there. Being hyped up on socials, they actually came in with very mid scores. Somebody says you have a 2K end of the day drawdown and you're up 100. Does that mean your drawdown is at that moment 3K? Garani, yes, correct. Your drawdown only resets at the end of the day. So when you build into a position, it adds to that buffer for that trailing. So end of the day drawdown is basically static throughout the day. Once it resets, it stays hard spot. It's right there without moving. And so whatever you make in that day is added to the total drawdown you can have, correct? Thanks for being honest about the prop firms. It's more of a smart shopping tool. Like, when firms have deals and don't have deals, like how good is the deal? If somebody goes, hey, we're 50% off, the other one's like, hey, we took a day off to your profit target, 1 fewer days of trading, which one's a better value, right? You have to figure out a way to make those decisions. It's such a complex industry that there's no simple shopping tool out there. But yeah, so pretty neat to know that. Somebody mentioned the A word, the other firm that begins with an A. When they have a 90% off sale, their score is still less on the end of the day drawdown than MyFundedFutures when they have no sale. Can you believe that? Even with no discount at full price, MyFundedFutures ranks higher than if they just gave those things away at the other place at 90% off. The new end of the day drawdowns they have are god awful on the score. Crazy, right? 100% off sale. I still wouldn't take them at 100% off. So FYI, the numbers are the numbers. So it was a model that was built, and it's kind of neat to see, right, how the value is. And I was not surprised to see MyFundedFutures come in at the top of the category, which makes a lot of sense. You have to think about what you're getting. The prices are lower, and like the lower end of the spectrum. There's no crazy like massive difficulty to the rules side. It's pretty much no consistency, no DLL when funded. That gives you a very high score because that makes it very easy to pass. The drawdown is end of the day, not intraday trailing. So it's one of the better drawdown scores. You get a pretty decent amount of drawdown for the money that you pay. And the payout system is structured. It's rigid. There's no subjective rules. I mean, they basically get good check marks across the board. That's what I like to see. But anyways, that'll be released to the public probably within the month. We got a series of testing to go through. Alpha testing starts today, which is our admins and our employees and our alpha testers get to go in and start playing around with the site and fixing all the bugs and stuff. But we're really excited to bring that to you guys. And we're going to be very, very close to all the prop, industry leads. So we'll be the place to know all the information as it comes out. The minute a change happens, we've updated the score. We'll probably have the changes before they happen and try to build it in earlier as much as we can. So we'll try to give you guys all that info. What's the live program like on MyFundedFutures? It's pretty good. It's just like any other live program. I've noticed with the prop firms, most of the live programs are pretty similar to each other. You get an account, it has contract limits, DLL, and then a minimum balance you can't go under. And that I find that to be pretty consistent with what most folks offer. I would say that out there, when it comes to the prop space, I'll be real with you, even though I'm here on MyFunded, there's nothing special in the live programs between the firms where the live program has stuck out better than the rest. I feel like I'm live in 3, about to be 5 prop firms, and all the live programs are almost exactly the same, which is cool. So in reality, like, your decision to trade at a prop firm is probably not the live program because the prize is the same everywhere, which is pretty cool. And it's good. It's the live account is a live account, and it's nice. In reality, the major differentiating factors in prop firms is going to be the path to live. That's where they all differ very wildly. Yeah, the live program was great. At the start of it, no problems. Have I considered you're investing way too much time and energy into that site that's going to very minimal traffic? Think about it. Let's say you go to your site, I see your ratings, it won't change. It's not like, the idea is every single day there's a sale somewhere and you're going to visit that site daily because every day firm A has a sale, firm B has a better sale, firm C has another sale. Which one's the better of the 3? You could put them all side by side and see which one is the leading factor in your decision. So when you're shopping around and some affiliate out there is pitching you, hey, this firm you've never heard of has a 60% off sale. They're brand new. They're hot. They're awesome. That's your fact checking place, right? So you go there and check the facts. I heard that the A company, everyone was saying it's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. There's no fact checking. People just pay to say that. So you would visit our site, just verify the details for yourself if you were curious. And so I'm not expecting it to be a traffic generator for every person all day, every day. But it becomes a place where there are a million prop firm aggregate sites out there, but all they do is just list prop firms. They don't have a proper way to assist a shopper into actually seeing the value of the deal. And that's kind of where we step in. And it's mostly just a labor of love. Like, a lot of people out there are affiliates and they make money as traders and affiliates or prop firms. It's part of the business, and a lot of people use that money to live on or to trade themselves. And for me, the affiliate revenue that I draw in with my code is funding that endeavor to give you guys something back to be a free service. So instead of me like cashing the affiliate checks and buying me extra car or 2, I'm employing a team of people to bring you guys truth about the prop industry with the money I'm making from it. So at the end of the day, it's done in that sense so that you guys can have a free service. And that's when I'm putting that money to good use. So that's my give back to the community. I think it'll be such a helpful tool because you never know, which sale is the best bang for the buck. And that was really the motivating factor before I went full-fledged credit rating agency. It was somebody would ask me in chat, hey, so-and-so is 80% off, but this one's like 60% off. Is the 80% off better? And like, how do you even rank better without ranking everything together, right? So, like I said, when I told you earlier that certain firm, even with 90% off, still doesn't beat MyFundedFutures with 0% off. That's the information you need to know. They could practically give those accounts away for free. And that's the only way there's value to them. So you'll know that when the sale is only 60% or 70%, you have a higher possible return on investment and better rate of passing with MyFunded. So these are questions that you can ask, because I was inspired by literally Newegg. It was one of my favorite websites my entire life when I used to buy my computer parts from Newegg. If I wanted to buy a stick of RAM, I would have to see, like, I don't just look at the prices. Oh, I need 32 gigs of RAM. Okay. Okay, well, what's the prices? There's the Corsair Dominator, there's the Platinum, there's the Titanium. What's the difference? Well, there's different cast latencies, there's different, heat profiles, there's all these different things. Which one's actually the better value? Which one gives you more memory, efficient memory use with cooler temps at the better price? Like, how do you compare like 8 or 9 different things at once, right? There's no RAM score that's like, this is the best stick of RAM for your computer. But the idea was kind of like that. You can actually put 3 or 4 things next to each other and then compare all the details side by side and focus on the one factor that means something to you. And the major factors that we created for that is, the example is difficulty score. So a trader that goes, I have a hard time passing in general. I can't pass for the life of me. And it's kind of like, sucks because I'm not passing anything. I just want to get funded and get a payout. I don't care how big it is. So I want the easiest path to payout. Okay, there's difficulty score. What's the easiest account to pass, regardless of the price? The other one is, hey, I'm an awesome trader. I win no matter how hard the account is. I win all the time. So I want the best return on the investment despite the difficulty. So I'll take the cheaper, more difficult accounts, right? You as a trader will be able to decide based on those factors. Somebody might say, man, I do good for like 2 or 3 days and I fuck it up on day 4. Day 5, I can't survive more than 3 or 4 days because I get it up here and I mess up. So I need an account that gives me the quickest path to pay out for the money I spend, right? So you have a metric for that. So you can actually like customize based on who you are. And we're going to train you guys on how to be able to do that, to give you a customized experience to find the prop that works the best for you. And that's why I keep saying MyFundedFutures, when I say ranks the highest, it's the most well-rounded that almost caters to almost every type of trader out there. It's good price, it's good ROI, it's less difficulty. So that's the whole point. I didn't mean to make the whole stream about that, but I'm excited because we're launching it today to our alpha testers. So there's so much advertising out there, and it's nice to have a neutral place to compare. You might notice on my Twitter, we are one of the biggest prop affiliates probably that there is in the world of props. But you see my Twitter is usually devoid of a lot of advertising. I kind of keep it that way. I don't really post a lot of here's a sale, here's a sale, here's a sale. Most people are doing that 2-3 times a day. Maybe once a week I might drop something, but I try to keep my Twitter you can go see. You'll see there's very little prop advertising as much as we do business with all the props. So I kind of want to I love working for the industry. I love working for MyFunded in this capacity that I do. And I love doing it, but I also, the math side of me knows there's a lot of marketing and there's not a lot of, can I just see the details side by side, So we're kind of excited about it. Did I have loading puts? No, I didn't. I thought about it, but I wasn't home when I was trading the other day, but I thought about loading up some puts yesterday and I didn't. I ultimately didn't do it. Polymarket is showing traders have a 47% chance the trader who removes traffic will return to normal by April 30th, with no slightly favored at 52.5. By April 30th, 50-50 that far. I would see that far out. I'd bet the odds would be 50-50 at that length of time. Yeah. But at least it's slightly tilted to the fact that it will be still going. Most people still think that the conflict will still be going on for months. That's what that bet is telling me, that people are betting on that, which is probably why the market is just sort of like melting lower a little bit. We might wave down today. The more I look at it. So let's point at the data, right? So right now we do have bull support and monthly hedge pressure on S&P, which is good. We've got bull support at monthly hedge pressure on NASDAQ. Has been floating this thing slightly higher. It's very much not crashing. One of the things to take away from this market is that volatility has been high, but it has been like sort of like not sustaining larger volatile moves. The VVIX was about 130, 140 last couple of days, which is pretty high. And it means the VIX can spontaneously erupt on the moment of notice with some news. I think that this is trying to trade down. I think tonight, tomorrow, the more that I'm looking at it today, I actually thought we were going to actually have a megaphone, like an expansion of range, but it now looks like it's trying to trade down. So the more that I look at it, I think that I'm going to take along the lines of this sort of path lower to bleed out the rest of this. So the opportunity for me there is to the short side. Not that I want to draw a trend line, but I kind of want to draw a trend line. I know it's gonna, you guys are gonna, it's like nails on the chalkboard to see me draw a trend line, but let me do one just to show you what it looks like. Like seriously, like that the market's channeling lower and that anything alongside this range, I want to short for lower. I know, right? Y'all just threw up in your mouth a little bit. We'll do some applications inside of our Discord for testers. The alpha testing is going to be basically for our employees and our moderators first, the people we have a relationship with, and then of course a few select folks in the community that are like essentially data-driven people. So alpha testing is going to be doing a lot of work to help craft the site to finish it up. We need people that are really good at data and seeing, you know, information, compiling and stuff. So if you do want to be a tester, well, you know, we want highly technical people to be on the test side of things. The beta test you can join, the closed beta you can join, which will be after the alpha. The alpha is like, we need to get the mechanical stuff right. The beta test is more like user functionality, user experience, and stuff like that. So that's where like most people will be here from the community. You guys can we're welcome to beta test it when we launch it. Alpha is mostly for the administrative side, plugging in the data, making sure everything works, making sure all the links work, making sure the score is correct, making sure that the admins can update the accounts and all the little mechanical pieces are working. So we'll be doing that for a little bit. Well, I still think we're going lower. Yes, guys, I learned everything from Tori's trendline class. 100%. That's right. I am going to make. I need the third tap though. I just kid. We kid because we love. All right, here we go. Y'all are funny. How did she become like the international beacon for trend lines? That was invented 100 years before she was born. But I guess that's just where, when you say trend lines, everybody goes, "Oh, Tori." That must be, I don't know anything about. It must be the thing she talks about the most. But here we go. There's your trend line. There it is. All right. But seriously, like my path for this is for this to bleed out the rest of that. Maybe by the end of the day today or tomorrow. I'm just too nervous to want to take it that I don't get squeezed out again. What I'm waiting is for some kind of news to give me some green so I can slam it back down. That's kind of the way I like to trade this. I've learned my lesson holding on for long periods of time is that the minute we get some good news, it hits the top of that range, I'm back down. A line has 2 points connected for a start. Yeah, that would be true. Little end of the day short off of a higher high. That's what I want to see. Bull flag, bro. This is a news driven market, man. This market ain't going to care about anybody's patterns. The minute somebody says something or tweets something, all hell breaks loose. All structure goes out the window. Yeah, to anybody's point, right? And that's actually the lesson I taught today. Cody is correct. Trading is not You will be successful at trading as long as you have a repeatable approach, no matter what it is, and good efficiency, right? As long as you're trading from the right place with good risk management, you can trade off of any strategy, including trend lines. As long as you have a repeatable approach with a statistical edge, you should be good. That's right. That's 100% right. Do we get a bump here? Wait. Mike, I saw your comment. That's funny. The mods didn't allow it, but I saw it. Okay, so class, team, y'all still taking use of that $77 for 25K flex plan? Whoa! How many minutes is that? Mike, God the humor. Hold on. Oh, shoot, Mike, Mike, you're out for 24 hours. He'll be back. Mike will be back. Mike is a buddy, but yeah, you got to keep the conversation professional. It's not necessarily my stream where most things go. You have to be a little less crude here, but Mike is one of the funniest people. But yeah, you got to keep it like PG-13. Don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow. Y'all are so funny. The thing is that once you time somebody out, you can't untime them out. I've learned this the hard way. So even if he were to reverse the decision, you can't do it. YouTube has no reverse button on the timeout. Oopsies. Okay. But it's only for 24 hours. Okay. But his comment was really funny. Very true. Okay. Mental stability, somebody said, is the most difficult part of trading. I would think so. The most difficult part of your trading journey is going to be mental stability. Like how I don't fall apart with $90,000 of drawdown. I keep my cool to turn the trade around and stick to my guns. The more you do it, the more you trade, the more you practice, the better you get at that. That's the one thing you just can't learn. You just have to carve. It's like, I call it, I say it's like carving a statue with a spoon. Like you can scrape a piece of rock with a spoon and it's not going to look like much, but little by little, oh, here we go. Maybe he retimed you out for 10 seconds. Maybe that'll reset the counter there. Try to type something in 10 seconds, Mike. Okay, look. But yeah, trying to carve a statue with a spoon is like all the work you do makes like little bits. Are you back? Yeah, you're back. Makes little bits of progress, but slowly, right? You're making small dents in the overall thing. Practicing your mental game is like that. You ever watch that video of the person that kicked a rock? They found a rock and they just kicked it. They filmed themselves kicking it forever. They're like, I'm going to kick this rock until it's a ball. And they just kick the rock and kick the rock. They kick the rock everywhere they go. They go to the restaurant. They go to the beach, kicking the rock everywhere they go. And then after so many, like 4 or 5 months, or I don't know how long it took, the entire rock was a perfect spherical ball. And that's really what you're doing. Like your mental game is that way. Little by little, you're making little tiny, like you're shaping yourself a little bit. You're smoothing out your edges a little bit at a time. So that is the hardest part about trading. Getting the repeatable approach is not hard. That part is pretty easy. You just try something, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, move on. But like the mental game is with the repeatable approach is like when you're upside down, do you trust your trading strategy to make a second trade, a third trade, a fourth trade? because you have repeatability with it and you keep your cool while upside down. I'm an example of keeping my cool when upside down. You guys have seen me take some hits on the account, this challenge account, in this weird, crazy news market. But I don't like fall apart emotionally or go full tilt or do something stupid. I tend to like bear down and like focus, and that comes with just practice. Can you Jake is like Jake is trolling Mike. That's hilarious. Hey Mike, I missed the comment. Can you repeat it? Yeah, Abby's watching you guys. Y'all gotta behave. LOL. And also not taking a trade, somebody said in chat. That's also very, very much a big part of it. Having a strategy on when to sit out, just like right now, I'm sitting out. I've learned recently that the market's sensitive to news. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let news present me with an opportunity. Because it's so frequent now, I feel like every other day there's going to be something that happens. So because of that, I am not ready to just trade off of structure alone. I'm letting structure assist me trading on the edges of a range based on news. So example is, if some news comes out and the market pops again, because I believe the worst still going on, I'm going to short it from that high. So why be in a short right now with the possible hundreds of points of squeeze again when I can be flat and short it on that squeeze pop? And said, that's also part of a strategy is timing when you trade. I am losing my voice. But I get my car back from the shop tomorrow, which I'm pretty excited about. It's been out for like about a week. Apparently, cars these days come with software packages that need to be updated. In my software package, you know, they have to get the updates from good old England because I drive an Aston Martin. So they have to update each little thing one at a time because I was having electrical issues. Like certain things weren't turning on. They're like, oh, you need a software update. So they're updating my car. I've been carless for like a week. So I get that tomorrow. Do I get a move to here to quickly trade from? There's a little bit of short squeeze there. We are barely trading a little bit low off the open. If you're to ask me which way I think we close, I think we close closer to the lower side rather than closing it flat. But anything's possible today. My car, it was like a couple of times. I started the car and the HUD didn't turn on, like the heads-up display, the one right above the steering wheel. And then the touch screen, the display in the center console didn't turn on either. Like it was just, both of them are pitch black. And I'm like, a couple times it happened. Then a couple times the subwoofer didn't turn on. Driving down the road and the subwoofer wasn't there. And so hopefully I don't have some faulty wiring in the car, but this is because it's British. Yeah, probably. But I was like taking it in because I was like worried. I'm like, hopefully, you know, if there's an electrical issue, I don't want my like, you know, anti-lock brake system like just randomly turn off while I'm driving or something. You guys should check that out. And they're like, no, it's just, it's an electrical thing. It's the display. That's what needs to be updated. It's just, it has less buggy software in it. I'm like, okay. You're hitting VWAP from the other side, both in Q and ES, but like market has just felt like it does not care about pivots at all recently. I agree with you. Market's just kind of like sticking to where that, you know, and arbitrage indicator is positive now, which does show that the majority of the market cap is still fluxing to the upside. Resiliences are also positive, with the exception of the S&P, which is kind of like right at zero, almost zero. So overall, the stocks themselves aren't crashing out just yet. So which gives me like, okay, maybe we'll get some better highs to short from. Like, yeah, somewhere up in here. Another thing to make news on, or to talk about before I get out of here, because I got like 1 minute left, is the CPI. CPI came in pretty much at expectation. It does show that disinflation is sort of kind of a myth now. Like it's been enough cycling of this to where, hold on, where is that? Let me get, oh wait, wrong thing. Let me go here. I'll talk about it. I'm out of time. But basically we're at 2.4%, and we've been cycling at 2.4, 2.3, 2.2 for over a year now. We're not getting any closer to like lowering below 2%, and the PC is probably going to show the same thing. It's just the effect of the tariffs, right? We still have the higher inflation, which means a less likelihood of the Fed cutting rates. So that target goes down. This Friday is the bigger news Friday. Oh, by the way, click that link because Neon's going to be live on my channel. Thank you, Abby, for posting it. So my channel's active. My whole team will be over there this afternoon, still streaming for the rest of the day. So come over and check that out. Really, Friday's the big news event. So when you're trading Friday, we've got GDP, Michigan numbers, and PCE are all coming out Friday. So Friday's the big mover, where I think we're getting a lot of activity. So maybe Thursday is selling, Friday's selling. Those numbers don't come in spectacular on top of the war. I think by Friday we could have the catalyst to sell us lower. That being said, thank you guys for being here. Don't forget to use your favorite influencer affiliate code for the best deals over here at MyFundedFutures. Get that $77 flex account for existing customers, like 50 something for new customers. Check it out if you haven't. Like I said, the highest ranking prop firms period on our ranking site, just by the math alone, which is kind of cool. It's definitely worth its value. I would say of all the props out there, give it a shot if you haven't. 20% off the rapid plans. Going with that. So we'll see you later. I'm out. Go to my channel. That link that Abby posted in chat, everybody click it now. At least just click it and go there and click thumbs up before you get out of here. But go show Neon your support. Fantastic streamer. He knows the rock scooter ways. He's also a really cool guy to hang out with the afternoons. There's no afternoon stream here, so we got to say goodbye. But with that being said, thank you guys for being here every day and joining us on MyFundedTV. And check out Stephen K tonight in the afternoon, evening sesh. He'll be live for that. So thank you guys. We'll see y'all tomorrow.